Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we are doing another live stream day. It's going to be a work day, plugin work day, and with a bit of luck, that should be interesting. I have some specific things I have in mind, and I've already started this morning and already run into frustrating problems because I was trying to work on a meter, which is, of course, the plugin using the JUCE GUI framework. And what I was trying to do was set up the GitHub secrets so that you could build a signed macOS thing. And unfortunately, what ended up happening is I was able to make the certificate that you need to upload and get it all set and ready to go. But then it was looking for what's called a provisioning profile. And, I have an account. I was able to produce various things. And, hey, Jonathan, and it's possible to download the provisioning profiles to Xcode directly. And that's all well and good. Thing is, I'm making a plugin. And when building a plugin, Xcode does not consider that needs to have a provisioning profile because it's not an iOS app. So the place in Xcode where you click on a pop-up menu to get an option to download the provisioning profile to your desktop so you can do stuff with it only shows as not needed. And as a result, one of the things that I need to do to make the GitHub stuff work in the GitHub secrets for making signed macOS things does not work, and I don't know how people who are doing this successfully are doing it. There was Sudara's Pample Juice project did link to one person's article on how to do it, which is apparently what Sudara learned from. And it's a Medium article and was paywalled, or at least subscription walled, or whatever it is that they do. So that's a swing and a miss. And so what I've ended up doing is just stopping. As you can see, I have my fire going. Well, it was below freezing here in Vermont this morning. And I spent hours struggling with this provisioning profile stuff. Which, technically, I've got a little more information towards being able to do it, which will save anybody who is proposing to help me a little bit of extra effort as far as me getting up to speed and knowing what to do. But I don't know how Sudara got through the other parts there. I don't know what it could involve making a fake application just in order to make that pop-up menu work, but nobody told me that was going to be necessary. So yeah, we've already started the day with difficult challenges, and it's not even past 9 yet, or it's just barely past 9 yet. David, the last thing I would want to do is start asking ChatGPT how remember, AI is not intelligent. AI is like ChatGPT. It's a large language model. What a large language model does is assemble together what most people think. The problem here is that very few people know how the Apple signing stuff actually works. And there is not a population out there of large numbers of people with the right ideas on this stuff. Anytime you ask AI and most people have the wrong idea, AI will give you the wrong idea. I need specific answers for how to make the thing work. And in particular, I need specific answers for how to make the thing work for a JUCE plugin, which, this is apparently doable. But the number of people who have figured this one out might be in the single digits worldwide. And that is wildly outnumbered by everybody else struggling with the problem. So unfortunately, David, AI is not able to answer that one because there are not enough people out there with the correct answer. And AI is not able to find whichever person it is that has the correct answer. It can only go by what is most popular, the most common completions of thoughts and ideas. It goes beyond just words, because the interesting thing about AI, as it's currently being done, is you can apparently manipulate answers by treating it as if it is a person, even though it is not. If the, if you tell it, you are a paranoid genius and you will die if you get the answer wrong, it will make it answer somewhat differently. It's like it's constructing a virtual person inside itself just by the networks that are connecting together, which is maybe not too dissimilar to how people make themselves and how we make our own personalities and things. Anybody who's gone through something like getting sober or clean knows you wind up facing situations like that. Even when you're not an AI, you have to come up with different answers than the ones that your brain's normal routines always give you. And, large language models are kind of no different. It's interesting how all that stuff works. That said, it's basically, the issue with that is it's very unlikely for it to be able to give me useful answers on Apple code signing techniques, particularly because Apple stuff tends to change out from under you. They keep refining and adjusting their things and inventing new stuff. Anything that's been done since the last time the AI's large language model got sampled is useless. You can't get there from here if the thing didn't exist at the time that the AI got its data together. Anybody who enjoys making naughty pictures with AI or whatever, like, I come from a background of being a furry, so there are a bunch of people who are doing stuff like that, and you can put new ideas into AIs. There's a whole sequence of ways of doing that. It's all very interesting, the way that stuff combines between, human intelligence, which you could also call animal intelligence, or organic intelligence, versus this AI, which is a lot more parallel, and there's a lot more going on in it. So you end up invoking particular answers from particular answerers. And it reminds me of a thing that I ended up having to do a while back, a couple of years ago, really, 3 years ago, or a little more maybe, where because of my dysfunctional family upbringing, where there was a lot going wrong there, I ended up with some trauma stuff that would not go away. And it turned out the way of dealing with the trauma stuff and making it stop was essentially revisiting the experiences in memory and walking through them repeatedly until they were contextualized, using the additional information that I had as an adult. Like, for an example that didn't actually happen, supposing like mom was drooling over the breakfast table and passed out, and I know later that she got sober because she was an alcoholic, but I didn't know that as a child, then I have information that's not part of the memory, which is, this would have been happening because mom was drunk. And that does represent my mom, but she didn't do that over the breakfast table, mind you. At least I don't remember any instance where that became a trauma. And you apparently go back over the traumatic memory, and it can lead to going, oh my goodness, I understand why that happened. It must been because of this. And then maybe the therapist helping you do it is like, okay, but I don't actually need to know that part. The important part is you making the connection. But we're not here to listen to you talk about the whys and wherefores and stuff. We're here for me to count from 30 down to 0, or from 1 to 30. And as you re-explore this memory over larger and larger and then narrower and narrower scopes of time. And the way that that particular form of therapy works, and it does seem to really work, which is an interesting insight into just what intelligence even is. Don't mind me, I'm shuffling some plugins and things around on a screen you can't see. I don't know why I did that, but it's all good now. It's basically a form of reprogramming, and it would be the human or organic equipment, the organic equivalent of finding a way to take a section of data in the AI that is high intensity but isn't connecting normally to things, and integrating it better with the texture of everything else sitting around in the AI. Somehow, revisiting traumatic experiences and being able to contextualize them does a great deal as far as removing the trauma effects, because without that, what you end up with is these intense, unresolved, unanswered feelings that are typically, if they're traumatic experiences, it's because they're violence or aggression or something that's intimidating and alarming. It's like a fear response comes in. And the reason that they don't get resolved is because they are a fear response to which there was never an answer as to why did this happen. There was never an answer of what's actually going on here. Instead, it's a big question, and it's a scary question because you don't have any of the answers to it. Like as a child, you don't know, oh yeah, mom was on heroin that day, and that's why we almost crashed the car or whatever, which is also not the case for my family, but it in some ways kind of was, because my mom did end up being on heroin. She was a nurse. Not all junkies are street junkies. And she got clean because she had to, because she got caught. She was stealing it from patients. And she was a head nurse, too. She was a very important, powerful person, but at the time, untrustworthy, very important, powerful person. Which is somewhat similar to the experience you have as a child being raised by somebody like that, is your life is in the care of a very important, untrustworthy person. Plus, if you have anything like, to some extent, alcoholism, and even worse, if somebody is getting into opiate addiction, they don't love you as much as they love the drug. If you're a junkie, you don't love anything as much as you love the drug because it's necessary. And nothing else is as necessary. And that's why people have to get clean, because otherwise you're going to go down a path until you die. But if you're a child and your mother is supposed to love you and instead your mother is on a drug that makes her love the drug more than anything else, she's got a complicated balancing act to do, because she can't let it be known that that's actually the state of affairs, but the underlying state of affairs is what it is. I'm not sure how I got off onto this, other than I have some tinkering to do in plugins. And so what I'll do is try to switch over to that. And then we're going to tinker with the plugins while I continue talking about other stuff, because we've got some updates to make on things. And I want to kind of get through to a plugin, which is what I'm hoping to actually produce and put out. I'd like to narrow one that I'm working on down to 10 parameters so that it can be part of like the Rack plugin. And there is something coming up very soon. I can't tell you exactly what it is, except for maybe that I can. Because one of the things that I can do here is I'm going to fire up Discord on my regular desktop, and I'm having a look at how Paul is doing with something. So Bacon Paul, who did the rack thing, has figured out a way of doing like VST3s and LV2s and all manner of stuff in the same manner, because he is also using JUCE plugins, although he's apparently not doing signed ones. Because I downloaded the plugin and it made me do it as if it was not a signed developer. And this is all cool and stuff, but and indeed I have run into some bugs as well, which I should mention. I will mention that I'll mention that while reading this. But he's doing some stuff, and I can mention what happened to me when I was trying to use it. Because I loaded this thing up as a VST3 on my desktop Mac, and it did actually build the plugin. And the plugin, I'm pretty sure I tried it out and it worked. Thing is, when I ran it and changed the setting, it would only update the setting once I hit play and made audio go through it. Also, one thing that Paul has done is, as you can see in the bottom here, he has refactored the Airwindows library to be independent of Rack, so you can use it as a submodule and get a static library with all the Airwindows under a uniform API. That will include everything that I add on a weekly basis. This is non-moving. This is not a static target. This continues to move. So that is quite interesting. And so now I need to answer what's going on here. Apart from, I know what to do about it not being signed. I just okayed it. When I change the effect type, I'll wait until release status. About dailies, not binaries. Obtain the latest thing. I don't remember how many. Actually, I don't need to remember. I can just look it up. $20. I have some more notes for Paul as I go, and then I'll get over to the actual coding, because this is what we're talking about. Yeah, funny thing about that, unless Paul includes this new thing that he is making, what we call this, refactored submodule. So unless Paul refactors Surge XT to have the new submodule rather than all of this other stuff, and I may as well mention it, I'm bouncing back and forth because I'm not on at the same time that he is. Unless he does that, you don't have all the Airwindows plugins. Far, far, far from it. I also have another observation that he has failed to do for the new version. No, this is not. This is the Surge Synthesizer Discord. And one further note, I guess. Oh, okay. I'm going to leave my further note and respond to that. Okay, I don't have a laugh out loud emoji. So, yep, nope, you don't get that. But you will have the plugin. I wonder if I'm going to seem like I'm over serious. I'm trying to joke around a little bit to make it not seem as if I'm too serious. I have to make the note about the way that the thing is organized and to do its things. I tend to listen to a lot of dub techno and stuff, which is not that similar to what I actually make when I do make music. But yeah, I'm something of a techno fan. Also ambient, like dark ambient and weird environmental stuff. Sometimes droney stuff, but it has to be like sounding like an acoustic space droney stuff. I get turned off by droney stuff that is like loud, bright, unceasing synth pads. Like I want it to sound like a big, deep acoustic space if it's drony stuff. And that would be my final note for Paul. That there was a way to organize the menus not alphabetically. So I have stuff specified in a intentional way. And what I mean by that is if I open up Airwindows, what you get is stuff like this. This is the categories. And so we've got the little hashtag, hash mark categories. And then that's actually, I've got the website organized like this at the request of Evil Dragon, who was posting on the Discord. And what I'm doing is taking everything that I think is the most useful and putting it on the top of the list. And then everything that is least useful. In some cases, like under consoles, it's sort of in order. Like we're assuming that console 4 or console 5 is not what you're going to go for necessarily. In Dithers, you can see that I have the newer ones. Oh, let's quickly see what he has to say. I am arguing with Evil Dragon, but I have done help for Evil Dragon before, so I get to argue. Let's not do all caps. What do we call this? What do we call this? What do we call this? I'm going to put it as strongly as I can because this is not actually my project. It's all my code. The concept is everything, and I'm doing my best to continue with that. But let's edit that so I have a closing quote. Very good. My assumption will either like what you can see, which Evil Dragon cannot unless he's following the stream, is that we've got all of this stuff organized in exactly that way. Like anything like effects, Nicola doesn't work actually very well. That is at the end of the list. Dither float is on the end of the list because it's an experiment. Anytime I get back into the studio and I'm able to work, that in stereo, side dull is the end of the list. And let's see, tape iron oxide classic is on the end of the list, and so on and so forth. Like utility content ID is on the end of the list because that's not likely to be useful to anybody in mix. It all goes like that. It is all a matter of having the most useful thing showing up first. So I'm going to leave the argument alone as soon as Evil Dragon finishes his thoughts. I'm just stating my case there. As far as how I think I'm going to let it go, but my opinion is stated. Oh, you just saw the order of things. Fair, fair. That is true. Somebody has to do that, though. maybe I can remember some of those things that I just mentioned. Evil Dragon is probably going to keep arguing. At some point I'm going to have to stop. It wouldn't be, it's not much use working with smart, capable developers if they don't have opinions. And so this is somebody who I organized my entire website around the categories for. I put hours of work into doing that specifically because Evil Dragon asked for it. Evil Dragon is now insisting on something I don't agree with. But that is as it may be. Also, Marshall Lors asks, what's the biggest shortcoming or mistake I hear in newer music productions? Probably the biggest problem I have with modern music production is essentially Soothe and Gullfoss and all that type of stuff. It is automatic removal of resonant peaks. I feel it's much more important to maintain resonant peaks and dynamic energy and dynamic peaks because I have very strong opinions about useful things you can do with them. So let me look over the most recent response I have made to see whether I'm happy with the way I've left it. And if I am, I will leave and go and do more coding again. Because it's getting on towards 10. It's getting on towards put another log in the fire time. So I feel like I am strongly endorse, fair. Yep, the functionality was present at some point. I remember it was present once. I should probably ameliorate this a little bit. Mitigate. I should probably mitigate what I've said a little bit. Oh, yeah, there's a problem with Jazz from Hell. I own it, but it doesn't represent what Evergreens do very well. I've got other Zappa records that'll do a better job. It's a Synclavier record, as you presumably know. If you know Zappa, you'll know that. Which is not to say there might not be interesting things about it, but there's very little to be gained from doing that. I should re-listen to it. If you like it so much, I should re-listen to it because it's been a while. You know, the way that it sounds and the way that it comes off is a lot more like, say, Men from Utopia than, say, Roxy and Elsewhere. And I am favor the audio of stuff like Roxy and Elsewhere. So there's that. Let me look over this again. Jazz from Hell is not really the opposite of Evergreens. All that Jazz from Hell is a Synclavier recording of a sort of late 80s Zappa sound. And as such, it is going to have dynamics and clarity. It just has them in a very bright, trebly cold way that's kind of weird and airless and stuff. It's a very SSL-y kind of mix. Or even digitally, it's almost like a early DAW concept to the extent that all of it, I should look that up. Let me take a moment. I hope it's not discouraging that I'm up here having opinions. I am, after all, revising a new plugin today, especially so I'll be able to fit it into this framework. So I'm super interested in how all this unfolds. So yeah, it's possible we're never able to get anything other than the alphabetical order because Bacon Paul works with Evil Dragon a lot more than he works with me. And that's normal. That's just how people work. That's just how stuff works. I am contemplating making a private note to Paul as well, but maybe not right now. Maybe, oh, he's typing. I'd better be ready to respond. That's also highlighting, oh, good. Of course not. Good, good, good. So it's not discouraging that I'm having opinions. I have had opinions. I have stated them. I have not mitigated them. And we are back to doing something, except for now we're doing something else. I wonder if that, let's see. So it's composed and executed almost entirely on Synclavier, which may mean that what it is, he just hooked a 2-track recorder to the output of the Synclavier and went. I'm looking to see whether, this is him talking about it, so it's fine. See, the thing about that is, if this is literally not mixed down on a mixing board, but is instead just the output of a Synclavier hooked to 2-track, that's all very well and good, but that's also literally a DAW. It is a digital audio workstation. What it would be is a DAW with 80s style dynamic range, because it is not loudinated, or at least it probably is not loudinated. Tapeless Studio direct-to-disc multi-track recording. Yeah, this is the first DAW. Once you start learning how to do this stuff, it's dangerously addictive. Fair, fair. Slovenly guitar technique, fair. So this suggests if all he has to do is walk on stage and push the start button and the Synclavier would play itself, that means it is in fact a DAW design. So that's not what you describe. You describe the using of a mixing board, although it would probably be like an SSL at this era in some shape or form. But what he's describing is just push a button and it goes. So fair. That's it. I do have this record. I have not played it very much, because compared to the other Zappa stuff that I enjoy more, it's quite far away from that, although I do respect the fact that the composition is thoroughly Zappa. It's Zappa if Zappa was working with, like, tracker software. Because it's essentially what it is. The Synclavier is like a giant, elaborate tracker software. It doesn't have, it may or may not have internal sounds. It's working with samples pretty much all of the time. So it would be like a renoise. It would be something like that. Ooh, let's see if this plays. And we'll stop just in case we get content ID'd. But that's the one. It does sound to me as if it's 80s and the 2-bus has not been loudinated. And While You Were Art, composed for an ensemble. He's got it in the Synclavier. Ensemble wasn't able to learn it, so they played the Synclavier over the PA, and the ensemble air guitared it. That sounds really fake. That's really far away, and that's also trivially So again, like I said, there's not much to learn from that, because it is literally just, this is what you get from a DAW, but years and years and years and years before anybody was able to do that. We did not have DAWs in like 1982. So Zappa was doing that before anybody. So let me take a moment. I've got another log to throw on the fire. I'm happy with my interaction with the Surge synthesizer people. With every group of programmers, with every open source project, you have to learn how to interact with them. For instance, if you interact with the VCV Rack people, it's more intense, more confrontational, and you have to deal with the fact that Andrew Belt is the supreme leader of the entire project and has strong opinions and is going to make stuff go in a particular way. And if you interact with the Surge synthesizer project, you got to be cool. Surge needs people to be nice and civil with each other, which is, I think, very useful. It is a very accepting community. I am very strongly in favor of these people as people. But it's not a good place to lose your temper and flip out, or you might just sort of vanish away from the project and not really have anything to do with it anymore. And so the thing that I do when trying to interact with the Surge synthesizer project is make sure I'm being cool, make sure I'm not like getting upset with stuff or anything, and be cautious that I'm not being rough with them, which does not mean that I can't have strong opinions or the people can't get up in my face with their own strong opinions. But I have to make sure to mitigate any statements that I make around the Surge synthesizer forum, because civility is expected. It's expected that people can talk and agree or disagree or whatever, and not get into a big emotional thing or get into any sort of nastiness or anything like that. And that is very much an intentional part of that project as it is undertaken. I'm contemplating the idea of wanting to make another cup of coffee, although I might not need one. I love it. Was given an explicit content sticker on release. Hee. If it's not the lever, it must be the cover. The cover is a picture of his face. It has the word hell in it. It has the word G-spot as a song title. That's why. And it's pathetic that they put a warning sticker on it. It's an instrumental album. Come on. Go figure. So with that, let's close that out. And as I said to Evil Dragon, I've got coding to do. Because what you see here, it might look a little intense, is not something that will fit into this framework that they have produced. So this cannot be available, mind you. Mind you, it exists, but this is not available in Rack. This is not available in the new thing that Paul is making And so I'm not inclined to make new stuff, specifically that's not going to fit with the new big thing that is just on the verge of coming out, namely the VST3 and the all-in-one plugin. It's also going to include LV2. It's including a lot of different things because Paul's able to do that stuff. And as you've seen, it is fairly well underway. Look, I'll show you. This is what you are soon to get. You are soon to get this plugin. This is the Airwindows thingy. And here we have all of our options that can be picked. I do not know why verbity would be in unclassified. Actually, I do know why that is. That's something that doesn't show up properly. So that's worth some attention on my part, but I'll deal with that later. And here we can select, for instance, dithers to put on this. And this is not at all in order of what's useful. Like we can pick, let's see. Dither float is right at the top, but it's not useful. Also, I have to hit play in order to make this update, which is something that I feel needs a bug fix. Like, watch this. I can go to reverbs. And I can select, it's on the other side, it's pointing to that side, but it's actually showing up on the other side. I can select nonlinear space, but only when I hit play does it update. So there you have nonlinear space. And then we can go to something like kplay D, but again, until I hit play, it's not actually updating it, is it? And then we go to something like dynamics, which is where the new thing is going to show up, but it's not going to show up at the top. Instead, we have, oh, interesting though. Well, that's a menu thing. With dynamics, we have this showing up. And this is where you will see the additional plugin that's going to be coming out soon, but this is pop2. And so here we get to enhance this. And this is going to be coming out. This is going to be coming out as VST3, which is what you're currently seeing. It'll also come out as AU, which presumably, since I've restarted the machine, will actually show up. In fact, I do see that Airwindows Consolidated is showing up under here. So that appears to work. It instantiates as Galactic because everybody loves Galactic. And there you are. So this is coming up probably pretty soon because Paul's actively working on it. And when he's got whatever details finished, and again, on the AU as well, this is doing the thing where you have to know what the name is of what you're looking for because it's just listed in alphabetical order. It's not helping you by, for instance, pulling up a dynamics and then ordering things in the order of like, oh, top of the list, it says pop 2. And then it says pop. Maybe pop 2 is more recent. Look, it says pressure 5 and then pressure 4. And it says like surge at the end of the list. Why does it say surge at the end of the list? Well, let's find out. It's not doing anything. And that's why it's at the end of the list. It's at the end of the list because it's doing something that I feel is experimental and wasn't as useful as I would have hoped. got it turned up all the way, but it doesn't seem to be having any effect. It's not true, it is having an effect. But there was further work that I did to enhance that, and I kept working on that stuff. Like here's clipping. Which of these is the most optimal one? You can go by the numbers, I suppose. Does that mean that one cloner clip is worse or better? You know, if you go to bass, which of these is the most desirable one? Well, this says bass kit, but nowhere does this suggest that Fathom 5 is like the oldest. Nowhere does this suggest that Orbit Kick is a special purpose one that is one of the newest. None of that really suggests that. So, you know, and here we have our list of biquad things. Nothing to indicate any of that. These are in order, certainly, so you can kind of guess, like, okay, larger is better, maybe. But in something like dynamics, in something like effects, you don't get to say, like, oh, Nicola, that must be amazing. Actually, no, that sounds horrible. So it's like that. It's like, I may have to let the Surge people have their way on that, but this is what is coming soon. And my idea is to have recent stuff. Oh, in this new thing that's coming out from Paul, right now I don't believe that that is the case. Honestly, in the new plugin from Paul, I don't know if he's even using double precision processing for the parts that are framing my code. It's very possible that that entire thing is surgizing everything. And so it all runs in a 32-bit floating point bus because that's the VST that he's using, and he's also stripped out my dithering. It could be doing all of that. I don't know. I'm not sure what the system does, although it's possible to look it up. Like I could go and look up. Let's do that. Here is one of the things that you can do when you're an open source developer. Oh, and I think I've been showing all of that without showing the screen. Apologies for that. I was showing a VST3 and an AU. So let's go to the Airwindows Rack. This is recent work that he's done on it. And then let's see what else is going on in here, like the workflows and stuff. So here's module and module add, which is probably part of how it brings stuff in. We're counting numbers of parameters. Max params used to be 11. Don't break, folks. Okay, we'll try not to. I am not sure whether anything actually has attenuverters. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. They're 0 to 1 controls, essentially. This is for a rack. But this is part of how this stuff works. The attenuverters is going to be what Rack is. Rack lets you feed in controls, and so that's what that's about. That's not going to be the case for the regular plugin. I'm looking for where the audio code does its work and how it brings in stuff. This is not actually showing me that, but then a lot of this is the type of stuff that's over my head. It's a level of programming which is not where I work. And okay, max block size, IO holder, nope, that's also not going to be it. Mono IO, process args. Auto So auto gives you variables, but it specifies what the variable is based on what the kind of thing is. So this may be hiding from me the bit depth of his bus. I have a suspicion that this is part of, see, there's process replacing. If I find that, can I jump to it? Where does it say process replacing? I saw it just a moment ago. Process mono is connected, get voltage, get channels. Ah, there we go. Interestingly, SRC AutoGen has all manner of stuff, and this is actually telling me the answer. Namely, my standalone plugins are still going to run a double precision floating point bus on hosts like Reaper. Also, let's go and look. For instance, here is, oh, that's interesting. Why does it say facet proc when the other ones do not? AutoGen, Airwin, Calibre. So this is auto-generating. So what we have in here is being slurped up by the Airwindows Rack scripting and added. So does this in fact change my code, or is it just calling it directly? It may be just calling it directly, because it might not be doing any changes here. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, man. We're calling the process replacing, so we're not running a double precision bus, but we're not stripping out my dither, so I'm going to call that, like, that's a generous act on Paul's part, but it should be doing that because the purpose is to bring in the Airwindows plugins as they exist rather than redesign them. So I feel like that is a good faith effort at bringing them in as they exist, and it's probably easier to do. It's probably not as easy to build in code, even though it's very consistent code. But for him to bring that stuff in and then rewrite the code to take out stuff that I considered important before including it, technically possible, but I'm still glad that he's not doing it. So yeah, when I mention what's being done with this thing, I will mention that the internal plugins are running a 32-bit bus, but they are each including the 32-bit floating point dither that I build into them, which is not the case for the Surge ones. I'm pretty sure that the internal Surge Airwindows plugins have stripped out a bunch of that stuff that they didn't feel was necessary, which is why I don't want to go using the Airwindows section in the Surge synthesizer if I can run it like in Reaper. Because if it's going to be just in the output of it, it's fine having that stuff built into the patches. It would be even better if you could run parameters. I'm not sure if you can or you can't as part of the Surge thing. But that would be for instance, if you were running Surge XT on a laptop and performing live with it and needed to bring a batch of effects in for a live performance, kind of like Mainstage used to be as a comparison to Logic. But I wouldn't necessarily reach for that as like refining the optimal cork sniffing tone for a software synthesizer. If I was doing a mix in Reaper, I would build my effect stuff in Reaper and then run the Surge thing with its oscillators and whatever filters and things run on a per voice basis. And then I would leave the effect matrix empty because I'd be able to run that within Reaper at double precision. I'm not the only person that likes double precision processing. For instance, full bucket synthesizers also likes double precision processing, and I feel that it gets a pretty Airwindowsy sound out of a bunch of their stuff, which I have tried and I do like. I also favor full bucket stuff for particular kinds of tones and textures. I don't really like working with it as much as I like working with Surge XT. It's just friendlier and cooler, and the modulation matrix is way better, and everything else about Surge XT is so much nicer. And all of the oscillators you have on tap, just there's so much about it that is so cool that I'm just not interested in fussing over it. But I will optimize in the ways that I care about and like about, and they don't have to agree with me on all things. We are open source projects. We don't have to be the same. And we're going to do a stereo effect here. Because you may notice me working on some stuff that could prove interesting. And I'm going to put this away long enough to see whether that's, okay, STFC-D. I think I can do STFC. And yeah, this is probably a fine enough time for me to bounce over to make another cup of coffee. It's still a little bit early in the morning, but I'm fairly enthusiastic about doing a whole bunch of cool stuff today. So before we switch the audio over to the laptop so I can hear what it's doing, let's do some of this. And in fact, I will fire up meter. And I'm going to switch this over to the DI so you can hear it, like so. Once I finish my current work, I'll be able to make music like this, but do Console X for the mixing board. That'll be exciting. Okay, so, oh, and I wasn't even showing the meter, was I? Oh, I feel foolish. Well, you were able to hear noise anyway. That was showing my meter plugin and all of that, but a lot of good it did when I wasn't showing the right screen. Well, I have many things to bear in mind at the moment, and one of them is I'm going right back to the Search Synthesizer Discord because I have another idea to pitch. Interestingly, Sudara is online. Godot engine is excited that Brackeys has just returned from a long hiatus and is now focusing on Godot engine, so that's exciting. Oh, and I have a little discussion going on over here. Hey, Bespoke team. I like Bespoke. Further thought. Let me go and find Baby Edit, Airwindopedia. What we are talking about is this. I'll copy that, I'll paste it. So I'm chattering away like mad, trying to sell him on a new idea. See, I'm pitching StoneFire to the Surge people, because that could be an interesting synthesizer thingy. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't want all those consoles as well either. So yeah, I'm not sure if anybody can like read all of this. Maybe what I should do is scooch this over so that all the words can be read. So I'm not talking because I'm talking. But So it's interesting and amusing. This is my picture for how an open source project can and should work when you're dealing with people that you've never met anywhere else in the world, and you're all kind of making something happen together. This is a good way of bouncing ideas around. Like, I am offering to do my side of things and trying to communicate what is most convenient for me to do and what I'm looking for the other person to do. Like, Bacon and Paul pitched a metadata idea of plugin name and then square brackets, as in the idea of the square brackets would contain stuff. So here's a thought. It would be more cumbersome for me, but this could be a thought. Watch me setting it up in such a way that I can drastically reconfigure how that whole thing works on my own initiative. Throw in a new category. Because I think that might be what he's talking about. So this is me helping to do the debugging of how this new feature would be applied, even though it's not being applied right away. So we're doing prime L and prime R. Let's check again. Oh, and naturalize. I think I'm moving on to where I can drink a little bit more of my coffee and get back into the actual coding I was doing. I'm having a terrible time today keeping track of which screen is showing or which screen is streaming, but that's fine. It's only Thursday. This is just a work day like any other. It's getting warmer in here at least, that's nice. And I think I don't actually have so this looks like I'm bouncing off of Paul's idea for putting brackets after each of the plugin names and then including tags. And Evil Dragon figures that if you have no things, then that represents all. So you'd have additional brackets and then other categories being included. And I've shown that I understand what they're talking about and I'm ready to do it. And yeah, and then I'm doing a sanity check to see whether the parsing of other stuff will bring up brackets that might confuse the situation, because that stuff is under my control. He doesn't have to code around it if I can eliminate those things and then remember not to add them again later. And with that, I will leave that alone, although I guess I'll leave the Discord up in case I see the conversation continuing, because we're getting back to what we're calling StoneFire Comp. And the first thing I'm going to do is be copying a bunch of this over, because we don't actually get to use this. In particular, if I'm about to put out this new version, I don't really wish to put out a new version that lets people do new plugins and then immediately undermine that by releasing a plugin that doesn't get to be included. So I'm looking at a thing that sort of has to go away. And we're going to try to update that and put out the plugin that's named StoneFire Comp, which is going to be stripped down, nicely stripped down, until I have a number of parameters that will fit into the limitation of 10 parameters that the new all-in-one export contains. I've already done this before, I had like ResiQ or something with lots of, or PAFNutty, where I had to cut down the number of parameters because it had too many. And maybe that's what PAFNutty 2 was, I forget. But you can see that we've got stuff going on that I'm first going to copy over and make to build before stripping down the bits that I'm not going to be using. And while I'm at it, I'm going to make everything line up correctly. It'll also make it run more efficiently. And what's actually up here, hang on a second, I clicked in the wrong place. What's actually up here will find its way into, if I'm not mistaken, console X. This is what will go into console X. So let's see where we're at. We've got that, don't need to update that yet. We need to bring this over. Some of it's going to be left right back out again. But you know, that's fine. Eventually I'm going to change the name of the parameters and all kinds of stuff like that too. For now, not particularly worried about that part. For now, we have an entire thing that can go from overall scale right on down to here. And if I do that, since nothing else has changed, this should build. I hit save instead of build. Build again, and it should be fine. And now I can close what we're actually not going to be using, although I'll have it available. This goes into the bin for things to build stuff from. But this becomes the new hotness, as in what I'm working with at the moment. And let's see, let's do a clean up. There's our build. Oh, did we not build? Let's find out whether we can build or not. Let's delete the entire build folder and start over, because something was wrong. Sometimes when you delete the build folder, it'll deconfuse what the plugin is doing. And we'll find out whether that's true now. First thing it's going to do is throw an error. Or not. Apparently not. I guess that wasn't in the build folder after all. I have a quick response to Bacon Paul. My response to Bacon Paul is basically reasserting what he's telling me, like, understood, sounds like this. Also, we're going to do this, because the additional this is something that he said he wanted to do. So it's like, understood, and also we're doing this thing that you said you wanted to do. And that's a way of like soothing and encouraging people when you're working with them and they may or may not understand where you stand on things, is you say something positive that reinforces how you see things and underscores what they were trying to make happen. I don't know if that's making any sense, but we're going to quickly open up sounds again, because we're back into this zone. This might be a fine time for me to bring over my big speakers. And this is a fiber optic connector that'll run the big speakers off of the laptop so that you can hear what this does. Because none of you have heard anything like this before. But you're about to. So here's the thing for the three of you who are watching, which is fine because I would just as soon not to show this to lots of people. This is going to go a bit on the down low. We're not ready with this just yet. Airwindows, PQRS. Why am I not seeing StoneFire Comp? Oh, have I moved the wrong thing to the wrong place? What am I doing? Hang on. Hang on. Oh, and Paul has presented his list. No audio UI swap still works. I'm going to take a moment to respond there. The tooltip for the no params label is a param is a field that don't get no love from me. Ha, fair enough. A little more positive encouragement. While I'm in the middle of doing this, I'm also going to say, I love what you're doing. This is great. This is awesome. And a little more compliments around the idea of putting in a no params label that specifically mentions that circumstance. So yeah, so there's a little more positive reinforcement. Meanwhile, what I'm doing over here is dumb, silly things that are not correct. What I've done is I've moved the wrong thing around or set up the wrong thing in the wrong way. And there we go. We opened up the wrong folder. This is harmless, it's just silly. So let us instead, and this is also why the build that I had was doing what it did. So this is now the new one that needs to be pruned down until it is something that I can manage and that has no more than 10 controls so it can fit into all this new stuff. And it's probably not going to build the first time. Oh, I lie. It built just fine the first time. Again, apparently deleting the build folder does not stop other stuff elsewhere from building, because the very first time you try to build off of this template, it throws a bunch of errors because it has not built the AU public stuff yet. But apparently it's not putting that in the build folder, it's just putting it. So having done that, I go here, I go to release, and we got to put this in the components folder before I can find it. Because the thing after there is to show you what happened now that I have the speakers plugged in and all. Airwindows, it should show StoneFire Comp. Bingo. And currently it looks exactly the same as the other one, except for even more so. But that's because we have not begun to attenuate it yet. And that's too many controls to fit into the new regime. And you can probably sort of hear airband. I think I'm going to take that out as well. But we can definitely hear fire and stone, etc. I'm going to want to add more boost on tap. And you can do this. Now it's compressed. But you can do this. Only fire compressed. Or only stone first compressed and now only fire compressed. So let's add our boostiness. Ratio works intended. And you can speed up the attack and release. To make a very intensely distorted sounding thing. This is why I have to add more on the end. These have to have more gain on them. But that is technically another new plugin. What that is another new plugin. Pop 3. So you got an attack control. Got a release. It can go quite fast or considerably slower. I can stack this up using bit shift gain, so you can hear that a little bit better. But I don't need to, because what we can do is start doing the stuff I mean to do with it. This was not going to be a show you everything that you're going to see over the next few days. Everybody's leaving because you couldn't hear that because it was compressed. That's why. But this compressor is not a loudinator. This compressor is a channel strip compressor. It's meant to hold down stuff in various ways. And that's basically the purpose of that. So we're going to dive into this a little bit more and figure out what we can do with it. Let's start by trimming some of these things out. For instance, air. Let's take out the whole air band. All of our parameter numbers and things, our letters, are going to cease looking the way they do. They're going to look differently. Although one thing about this is that I will now have to renumber this, but that's fine. I'm confusing myself a little more than I should be. Let's leave that alone for now. And maybe trim some of this out. Well, hang on though. Let's jump straight in. So I need to have range. But G doesn't count. So B through L. So we got B through L. M through Z gets deleted. That's not it, but I have it. Oh, okay. So it's not woot. Type. Somebody named Andrea is typing away in my chat, but I don't know what they're saying. So we're going to move on to continuing to do this stuff. We got up to parameter L. That is 10. Nice. Oh, but we have a problem. And I'll tell you what that is. The way this enum works, that means I actually have 11 parameters. And so we're going to double something up. I got to figure out what needs to double up. If I didn't have a range control, I'd be able to do this. So I need to think in terms of which thing in these controls can apply to both. Whether that be, hey BLD Carla, whether that be threshold, ratio, attack, release. I feel like it can't possibly be threshold. Threshold has to be distinct. It has to work separately for Fire and Stone Band. A ratio might work. I feel like ratio might work. Somebody on Discord is talking about this. And is saying correct things. This is me being in a conversation. Don't mind that. We're gonna do this too. So here's the thing that we're not going to actually be using. So that goes away. I do not think. Let's see. So that's all cool. That's all cool. So we got a couple of alterations to make to the actual code to turn this to just StoneFire comp rather than having the airband. Like I mentioned before, eventually there will be console X, and I'm looking to get a what do you call it, MIDI control surface made for it. And it'll also have to come out using a JUCE interface because there'll be just too much to deal with on, but it will probably also come out as the VST2 just because, lol, why not? Because if I'm using a control surface, I don't actually have to use the JUCE interface. I can have a VST2 and use it like that. This is me taking out parameters that I'm not actually including. So up through L, that's where that leaves off. You can see that they are not drawn in blue when that's not represented. So we can delete that. We now have a plugin with only 11 parts. And we can delete this because that doesn't refer to anything anymore. And this does not refer to anything anymore. I'm going to need to add something else, but that's still cool. And all of that is fine, but all of this goes away. Let's scooch that over so that it's a little more visible. I'm covering it up. So here we have something that I must reverse. So let's see, we're making, so FireL is made out of Air3L. We're removing this, which may or may not mean that we don't have to have dry sample. FireL is going to become just input sample. So we are producing it here. So we're producing it here so we can just assign it, right? So we do that. Now we have those established, and this is the same as if we had the airband and it wasn't doing anything. What's going on here is we're taking all of this out. This no longer relates to anything we're doing, but we still need to run the Kalman filters. Also, I don't know where we're getting temp. Oh, I know what's happening here. That was being defined elsewhere. That was being defined up in the air filter. So let's move this down to where the other bit is. Let's move this down to where this bit is. So now we're starting with that. I am a little puzzled as to exactly what's going on here, but they're the same, so we're probably fine. I'm just thinking in terms of like, why am I still claiming this is input sample and not FireL? Shouldn't I be? I'm a little puzzled as to what's going on there. I'm not really quite sure why I did that. Other than we're clearly having an effect on this. So we're probably throwing out input sample after this. Or something. Anywho, this should work. Whether or not I like what's going on up here, whether or not I like that we are like reassigning input sample and then multiplying it by something else, and who knows what else is going on. It says set up gain levels to control the beast. Whether or not that makes any sense, whether or not we end up with like no functioning input sample at all, or indeed build it back again. Here's where our dynamics kick in, and we're doing that based on StoneL, StoneR, FireL, FireR. This part should still work. And then, having done that, we're going to take away this, because we're not using this anymore. At which point it should be assembling stuff back again. We're using base gain and mid gain. That's fine for the time being. I would like to rename some of these things as I go forward, seeing as the end result is going to be console X with all the parametrics as well, and so we need to be naming things literally stone rather than base. This might be a fine time to start. This might also be a fine time to do a little bit of additional boosting. So So now what that's doing is, actually, interestingly, we don't necessarily have to. See, if you do a power factor on something that is less than 1, it will make it get close. We can make this so that it has a different taper around the center. We're doing, the gain is a 0 to 1 times 2, so the middle point, 0.5, is exactly unity gain. So here's the thing. We can do this. So if we make that a steeper curve, two things will happen. One of the things that will happen is as we continue to boost it up to the maximum amount of 2, it will wind up getting lots of gain on tap. But also as we cut, that will make a smoother taper up to the very last bit where it will abruptly go to silence. And I can probably show you what that is like. All this, oh, and something else is happening. Interesting. I think I see what's happening. Here's our filtering. But I appear to not actually have removed the gate. Let's do that now. I didn't realize this was as small as it was. And we will build. And we'll fire it up. Let's see what we've got now. So that's still too many sliders, but it's looking better. So with no manipulation of this, that's a straight Kalman filter with no additional dynamics. Unity, silence, lots of boost, like 12 dB or so of boost on the back of that. And there's a reason. That appears to not be happening. So what's going on here? We're gonna figure this out or die trying. So why is my threshold not working? Something is happening that I don't know what it is. And we'll figure it out. That's why I'm making such a loud noise. See, this is supposed to be the threshold. The compression threshold. So since that's not working, I'm going to dive into and I do see further conversation happening on the Surge Synth Discord. So yeah, Paul has said in the JUCE plugin I can stretch to 30 or 40 parameters and have a scrollable viewport for the param list. So I'm mentioning that it's intended to also work for the VCV Rack one, and I don't want to break things for the rack. Speaking of I don't want to break things, I do want to set things on fire. See my fire? My fire needs a little more wood. This is not going to be as warm of a day as some recent days around here. I realize it's almost May, but it's still like below freezing overnight. And it's only getting up to about 50 degrees today. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out for temperature. Oh, Bacon Paul likes my strategy. And as such, let's get back to this actual work that I'm doing. Because like I said, this is not giving me compression anymore, and I don't know why. So we're going to find out. I think I figured it out. Yes, undo past the point where it's saved. So if we undo all of that stuff, now I remember what happened. So I know why this stopped working for me. What I'm doing here is I am interleaving the gate and the compressor. So the compressor is here, and then the gate stuff is not doing anything. But see where this is? So this is what happened. This is why it stopped working. Hey, Carlo. The reason it stopped working when I deleted that stuff, I didn't get any compression, is this. Here's my compression stuff, and it is interleaved for a real specific reason. It's interleaved because it needs to be able to apply the compression after having checked for gating on the uncompressed sound. Then it applies the compression, and only then does it apply the gating. But the trigger for the gate can't be happening on the already compressed sound. The trigger for the gate has to be happening on the input sound. So we're interleaving. We are doing the calculation for the compressor. We're doing the calculation for the gate. We're applying the compressor. We're applying the gate. So that's very simple. That is fixable like this. I thought it looked a little bit small there. And having done this, and I'm going to jump right back into, I've got some chatter going on in the Discord. Again, that is the Surge Synthesizer Discord. So if you're there, there is a category in the Surge Synthesizer Discord called Surge Synth Team Friends. And that's where I'm currently sitting on Discord, is in that little forum. But while I do that, we're also going to fire this up. Oh, and let's put the camera back. This overall camera, I'm probably going to end up moving to where it's a close-up of my modular synthesizer and or this new control surface I would like to get made. But for now, check this out. Drums, boost, and cut. So here's the kind of stuff we can do. I have set range to 0, meaning we have only fire, no stone. So this is the amount of boost we've got on tap. Here's how the release works. It always sounds kind of compressy, but that's because this threshold is low. Here's what we get when we start adding attack, where we can have attack and next to no release. And that's having to do with the amount of boost that we've got on tap. And then if we manipulate range, we can make it be a higher frequency sound. I'm also getting, not to call it flack, but a poster on the Discord is talking to me. So let's see. So there is threshold and our ratio. Our ratio is being at 1. I'm wondering whether maybe ratio is the thing I want to double up. But we've got this thing going on where we can do the stone band and have individual attack and release and so on. Individual threshold. There's stone band, attack being very slow, threshold being very low. Release can be quite quick. And of course we can manipulate the ratio as well. I'm going to have to start paying attention to Discord in a moment, but I'll put it on screen so you can see it. And as we continue to manipulate the range, we get into a situation where the range can represent basically just subs, low frequencies. Here's where it starts coming out. And then we will compress it back down again. And we can speed the attack or we can slow it. And we can bring out the rest of it again. Okay, so while I'm leaving this going, let's bounce back over to what's going on in the Discord. These are the conversations that are ensuing. So let's read that aloud as well while we're doing it. So, only showing some of the... Andrea is liking my suggestion of only having some stuff show up, because he says in one of the biggest weaknesses of your offerings is that everything is available at all times. And that's fair. This is not something to be offended about. So this is me reading this and figuring out what to think about it. Actually, I'm not sure whether I agree with what Evo Dragon has suggested. I would like a training wheels version. Let me fool with this some more. Fire's attack is not as quick as you would think, but I'm mostly hearing that because I'm able to boost so much now. I'm going to praise Evil Dragon. Evil Dragon made a suggestion, which is very good. Meanwhile, here we are listening to this very exaggerated sound that came out of this. So this is the new thing, namely StoneFire. And this is basically how I mixed this track, Rise, with drums like this, but with the new plugin, StoneFire Comp, then I can do this. How's that grab you? Just maximum amount of boost. And with this amount of thresholding, I am kind of getting a real pointy edge on that hat. So I'm wondering about that. Ratio helps with it. I wonder whether it would actually be release that I'd want to be different or the same. Because I'm looking for ways to make this double up a couple of the controls. I need fire, I need stone, I need range. Then I have a pair of controls for each compression part. But they're meant to be able to be separate. It's not supposed to be just one control for all the compressor, but it's on double bands. No, you've got to have very distinct settings sometimes. For instance, range is making our lows be much heavier now. So we have to be able to make the threshold be way lower. And then like the attack is wildly different. So I wonder whether maybe it's the release that I can double. Maybe it is the release I can double. Oh, objection. I don't think we're going to release the new thing today, but yeah. Those of you who are watching, you are watching on screen as folks from the Surge Synth team build their variation on my entire code base, which is something I wouldn't have been able to do myself. And this is how like professionals hang out and talk with each other and stuff. No weird attitude or anything. They're just doing their thing. And we're talking about stuff. It's honestly something that can be worth studying and paying attention to if you want to do this kind of stuff. Speaking of which, I can bounce back over. I don't want to just like display them constantly like it's a zoo. Like, oh, here, look at the people programming. What I want to do is figure out which of these things, and it's probably release. I want to double up so that there's only 10 controls. And I'm feeling like it probably is release speed. It's definitely not attack speed, because I can, like, here's the thing that I'm doing, right? We have a wildly different attack speed, meaning that Stone has a big dynamic punch in the beginning, and Fire totally does not. If I reverse that behavior, Fire has a big dynamic punch on the front, and Stone does not. And in fact, I have to reverse the position of the thresholds to make that work. In fact, we can manipulate range. To do this. And doing it this way, we've got a reversed attack behavior. Fast attack does this. Slow attack, we get a dynamic punch out of it, and it's less squished, although the threshold has a lot to do with that. And a lot of what we're doing here is fooling with aggressive thresholds, aggressive thresholds and ratios. I mean, another possibility is to use ratio as the shared control, or both. Ratio, full crank, is basically infinite ratio. So what we do with the attack has an enormous effect. Like here is both of them at a very fast attack. And as we speed up the attack, or as we slow down the attack on Stone, a solider sound. As we slow down the attack on Fire, the highs come out more. Release might very well be the thing that could be shared. Because you'd be speeding it up kind of a lot, but slowing it down doesn't seem to do all that terribly much as far as changing things against each other. It's fast release on Fire. Fast release on Stone. Both. Neither. So in the eventual final version that lives in Console X, you will have all these controls, but I have to double some of them up for this plugin. I'm going to mention something on the Discord chat. So let's jump back into this. We don't have to be listening to just the same drum track over and over again, because what we can do is we can listen to something else. This is a full mix. And the threshold is so incredibly low that it's quite quiet. So with this, what happens? We've got ratio controls. Ratio for Fire, ratio for Stone. We know that attack is important to have on each of the channels, but what's release do now? Okay, the highs are definitely having a faster release now. So to what extent could these be ganged together? I feel like I could gang the releases together more effectively than any other thing, which is weird and ironic because you would think that release would be the particularly fussy version of it, but with this, maybe not so much. With this, it's attack speed that seems to really matter. Here, let's have an incredibly slow release. Again, infinite ratio. Our thresholds are so low. So if we set the threshold like this, we've essentially got a highest possible speed attack limiter, but it's a multiband limiter. Let's play. So here's our multiband limiter, hitting this track as hard as it can. It's doing a loudinator thing now. This is Fire only. This is multiband. And here we have Fire being separated out. So we're hearing distinctly different sounds from this new compressor based on where range is set, which is how it's supposed to be. But we've got the release as slow as it will go each time. We want it to act like a limiter, except for that it's limiting way, way too hard. Raw sound is like this. So now we've got everything boosted as much as we can. Now let's fool with the release times and see if different release times matter. They kind of matter, but not nearly as much as the attack time's gonna. Because again, limit stuff really hard, at which point the ratio and the attack is going to do more. This is me slowing attack. And this is me slowing attack. And we'll get back into it again. Ratio, I'm pretty sure, is one that absolutely needs to have separate controls. So if I slow the attack on the fire band, it's a very different character from slowing the attack on the stone band, way more than would happen by manipulating the release differently. See, if both of them have matching releases, fast release, slow release. Now, the way all of this works, I'm looking at my coffee and eyeing it, wanting more, which might or might not be a good idea. I'm not sure if I should. We'll see. The way that all of this works, I'm trying to dial in stuff that'll work for a compressor, but I'm forcing it to act like a limiter with this incredibly steep ratio, specifically to hear what it starts doing. Like we just noticed a snare hit just jumped right out. And that's because attack is slow on the fire band. If instead attack was slow on the stone band, the things that jump out are low frequencies. There's stuff that relates to that band. Or we can have both. I'm really warming to the idea of using the release as the shared control. Because I feel like threshold and levels, that's much more in line with being able to control it as a compressor. But we're just not seeing as much difference in the release settings. Like again. So fast release and on fire and slow release on stone. And we always get some of that gnarly sound because it's still compressing the bass real hard. whereas slow on this, I don't know, I'm wondering. I gotta wonder about this. Like, which would I rather, the thing about ratio compared to this messing with releases, like now that I've got it being less compressed, now release time is making a bigger difference. Check this out. Listen to the differences in voicing here. All that I'm doing, in fact, let's even make it be a very fast attack now. So with this, I've got a very slow release on the Fire and a very fast release on Stone. You can hear that it's a very heavy sound. Now I have a very fast release on Fire and a very slow release on Stone. That's a much lighter sound, so that kind of works. I might not want to remove the individual release, because again, with this, what we're doing is getting this down to 10 knobs, and I have to have these knobs because they are what I can do to say this additional gain on tap is how we compress this harder. Or less. And the differences between the attack and the release turn out to be useful though. See faster lows and slower highs. So yeah, the Surge team stuff is going along nicely. And yeah, this is still, we're still listening to the same track looping over and over again, but this is why. Because we're hearing how it's reacting. Here's one thing that happens when you have a very high ratio, very fast attack, and very slow release. It's still compressed. This is fast release. Slowest release is really quite intense this way. I am warming to the idea of using ratio. I'm warming to the idea of using ratio. Ratio works kind of like your total overall dry wet for the whole thing. And as you can hear in listening to what this is doing, it's very dynamic this way, and if we speed up the release of either thing, that thing is going to come forward. So let's make the highs come forward. And let's leave in sort of the overall movement, especially if we drop range. So it's doing that movement with the lows. So here's what the lows are doing. Saturated versus un. And we can really sort of make it jump ahead. Here's what the high band is doing. And now we split them. Here's what the low band is doing. And we do it in this way to bring some of those dynamics back. And here's what the high band is doing. We can cause that to sit back. And then we have both of them. This is the overall blend. Those low notes really saturate quite hard, but that is in part because we've got a threshold that is producing quite a lot of compression. And that's StoneFire Comp. This compared to here is the raw track. We've actually made it become a little quieter, haven't we? A little gain match. So bypass. Engage. We're definitely making the brashness of it liven up a little bit. Everything's a little darker with it bypassed. Everything's a little more articulate with everything turned on. I think I'm onto a winner here. This is going to work. So what I need to do is move all of these controls around some. And here's what I mean by that. Unused variable. Okay, that's an unused variable. Good for you. Be an unused variable. I'm talking snarky to the program. Also, we don't need to have it be FC. We could reorganize all of this, couldn't we? Let me work with this a little bit. I have big plans here. And this stuff can stay the same, but we're going to want to rearrange a bunch of things. Because the way this is set up, I don't necessarily want these things lined up in pairs. They're meant to be a little bit different. So let's see. First of all, let's make all of these variables go to neutral. We'll start with that. we'll take the bottom one off because we want to remove one of the controls. Why is this? Have I not removed this control? Okay. Now we are good to go. So, shall we have the range control be on the top or elsewhere? Or maybe on the bottom. So let's see now. Oh, wait, hang on. Ratio can live on the bottom because it equates to a variation on a dry wet. I usually have my dry wet on the bottom, so that will function, that will act kind of like as a dry wet. Range is how we divvy these things up, meaning that now we have two little batches of, hang on, I'm doing dumb things and making stuff wrong. That's not. Now we have two batches of stuff. And we got a threshold, attack, release, and what? Output. One, two, three. Is there something I can call out that's different from that? I'm trying to make it fit into the 7 letters that the stock VST gives you. I mean, you could say gain, but that's not really what it's about. We could say gain and then have them stack up. I've built tube amplifiers, Skip. It's a little challenging to explain. How heavily do you want to go into how a tube works? That is something that I can in fact explain, but I'm not sure if I should. Plus, tubes in a mixer console work the same way that they work in a guitar amplifier. They're like a transistor-like thing, except for that it's in a vacuum and it's using electrical fields. So let's see. So we could just consolidate these together. Let's see where this goes. So in that case, we're labeling the bottom label without any reference to gain or anything, but it's kind of following everything, which is what's happening in the actual code. Is those are following everything and they are setting the gain levels. We could have them also serve as boosts. but that would somewhat undermine the ability to use them as just level setters. And that's something of a concern to me. Like, I don't necessarily want that. However, nothing is stopping me from trying it. We can do that. Technically, that means I could also do release. If I can fit wet dry, I can fit the full word release. So let's do that. Then this fits. So we're going to build this momentarily, but one thing I would like to do is set it up as defaulting to infinite ratio. Also, let's default the thresholds to 1. 4. So range is where we set the frequency cutoff of the whole thing, which technically means it would go on the top. I'm not sure if I want to bother with that. Yeah, maybe not. And part of me is asking whether I want to do pre-gain, given that I don't have any more controls to play with. This is the lot as far as that's concerned. Let's build this into a working device. First things first, it's talking about not needing these, and so let's make them go away. Goodbye. Then we've got some arranging to do. Ratio is now a single parameter. It all kind of comes from here. So now we assign these things based on what they're supposed to be. And let's look up how they're arranged so that I can make them seem more appropriate. I want to put them in the order that I have them in sequence. So let's try to do that. You'll note we still have two ratios. We're just dual ganging the control. Both of those controls go to the same knob. Fire gain goes last. It's no longer a 3-band. This is 2-band. Let's threshold attack release. Let's make this be the way I have it arranged elsewhere. And then gain goes after all those things. So that goes down to here. Gain goes after all these things, so that goes down to here. And now all I have to do is associate the correct parameter letters to what I have told it to be, and I will have rearranged the things effectively. And there shouldn't be anything else that really needs fussing with. So, fire threshold, that's B. Done. C. D. E is gain. Seems good so far. F is actually stone threshold, so that stays the same. G. H for release. Yep. And I for gain. J for the Kelvin. K is both ratios. So while we're at it, as long as we're doing this, let's do this. And this will now tell me, oh, param L was not declared. Oh, we forgot to remove a thing. It's all fine. We'll get there. We've successfully removed a parameter, but we didn't remove it everywhere. There we go. I just hit space, didn't I? Oh, harmless. So now, I gotta go over here. All the ratios are the same. Somehow we've missed that. What's going on here? Oh, I did miss it. Now try it. Very good. And so now we are closer than ever to being able to maybe spend the afternoon VST-ifying things. Or indeed hacking away on JUCE. That's another possibility, is we could jump into JUCE. And we're going to fire up the same track that we had from before, which has too much bass and saturates real interestingly when you hit it this hard. And now everything is all screwed up as far as this is concerned, but that's fine. Because this is how we started. So no threshold. Compress the highs. Compress the lows. Boost the output of the highs. Boost the output of the lows. And in manipulating it this way, we're having a fairly good job of, we can tuck in that bass. We can make the bass be more continuous or more dynamic. We can hype out the fire channel quite a lot. And so fairly quickly we get a sound like this, well, starting from this. And a bunch of the motion and tonality of it doesn't sound any different, but when we turn bypass off and turn StoneFire Comp on, everything kind of lights up. It's interesting. Although one thing about ratio is we have to keep an eye on the boost that we're adding. That's something of a concern. To the point where I wonder whether that needs attention. Because we have so much boosted here. And on to full ratio again. Meanwhile, I think the discussion on the Discord has kind of stopped, so I'm going to log off of there. Can't see it, but I'm kind of making a point of not showing the chat on the Discord constantly because nobody there knows they're on a live stream, so that's not great. I will tend to avoid doing that. Let's see, threshold. Then we can make the attack on the fire band poke out a little bit more. Speed of release on the fire band. And again, this is without anything done to the air band because we've taken the air band out. Seems to make noises when you bypass it and unbypass it. So let's see if we do this. Oh, we can squish it nicely this way. Stone threshold a little ways down. Yeah. So we can make the entire low end of the track move in certain ways. Cleaning up the top band this way seems good. So what we're doing is we're compressing basically the resonance of the bass like this, which is a very good pop record style thing to do. When you take the bass and you compress it that much with that fast of a release, it forces the entire thing to go into a sort of a jukebox zone. So it turns from this trying to see whether I can hear that kick, because the kick is very poorly recorded and the hats are mostly missing in action, except for I can turn them on, make them show up again. So here's an interesting thing. We're manipulating basically the low end of the whole track, not just the bass. So if we increase attack on that, we have basically a control that is manipulating how weighty the mid-range guts of the track are. We can suck all of the mid-range muscle out of the track by making the attack very fast on Stone. Or attack becomes much slower, meaning that Stone gets to poke through dynamically, meaning we have a lot more guts on the manipulation of that part. This compared with this. So it's an interesting result, honestly. So here we have a extreme setting. Highs are all as slow as possible, lows are all as fast as possible, only range distinguishes between them. So there's the bottom end of the track, and here's the top end of the track. So here's our lows. And we can turn it almost completely off. It's about as loud as it can really get. And here's what the high end of the track sounds like. With those lows taken out. Ooh. We can do more with release. Slowest release makes things kind of quiet, whereas when we speed the release up a lot, it comes back real quick. And we have such a slow attack, it's going right down into the mid-range. It's letting through all the dynamic impact of an entire drum hit. We can hear a sort of flurriness, but the Stone side of it is so intensely compressed that that's going to take away all the dynamic flutteriness. Okay, now stuff is acting just kind of a little weird, but that's fine. We have so much makeup gain going on that it's understandable if this is kind of weird. Does make me wonder whether I can treat the ratio as literally a dry wet. because I feel like the amount of ratio we've got in here, I'm not sure that's good. Maybe I do need those dry samples after all. So let's stop this while it's pumping around and doing wild dynamic things, and look back into the code and see what that code might have going on. Ratio is just about dynamic attack. Ratio is only about dynamic attack. Unless my number of 1.0 minus comp ratio gets adjusted to something that will compensate for the gain levels that we are applying. So let's see. So with this, we are applying gain when ratio is high. So if we didn't do that, and what that would mean is this. Times equals only when comp ratio is a factor do we have that. Similarly, only when comp ratio is a factor do we have this. My stomach is rumbling a little bit. It's not dinner time yet, but I'm clearly going to be ready for it when it is. So there we have fire L times, and that's the input volume, so that's effectively dry. When we combine this back together again, we have dry. So the gains are a factor of our boosts or cuts. So now let's see what happened. And this is not necessarily how the final version is going to work when it lives in console. But this might be the best way of doing this version of the algorithm. So let's set that up. And then, as is my wont, go back to exactly the same sound as I had before because I've changed something and I want to see what it does. So here we have very big dynamic boosts, but now ratio should be dialing this stuff back. Let's see if it does. That is what it's supposed to do. So our full ratio is having the most exaggerated possible effect. I'm just fiddling with this stuff to make it sound better. See what I can do. threshold. And then dry effectively. So one side effect of this is when we do not have anything going on in ratio, we can no longer manipulate. Like that is full fire, and that is full stone, which is what we're trying to make happen. But when we bring in ratio, we're bringing in fire. And that's not exactly ideal, but we're running at a shortage of knobs, so and I wonder whether there's something I can do about that. I feel like when I'm doing crazy intense boosting, I want to be able to make that stop and go away. But when I cut all the way, I feel like I should be able to make that not show up here. So I tell you what, I think I'm down for one more cup of coffee today before I'm done with that. This is also a fine time for me to throw another log on my fire, seeing as it's barely 50 degrees out. It's not a warm day, even though it's almost May. And we're going to go to my regular display overlay so that I can do something. I seem to remember there was something cool here. At any rate, this is a place where I can play a noise. and bounce back over to the work that I'm doing. That does this. Here we have lots of saturation. And we're able to make these things go totally silent. But at ratio, it's going up to full volume again. And so what I'm wondering is whether the desired outcome, because what was happening is if I had the bands boosted a huge amount and then I made a ratio go to silence, or a ratio go to 1:1, what that gave me was the equivalent of an enormous gain boost. But it was never able to give me a filtered effect. So what I mean by that is normally if it's on full crank, I can use this fire and stone control to solo one of the bands or the other. But then if I change the ratio to 0 while doing that, all of a sudden I can't because it's an overall wet dry. And what we need is for it to be the wet dry for each of these bands without going to super duper boost if it's turned way up. And I think I know what needs to happen to fix that. So we're going to try that now. So here's what's going on with this. These are just being added together. These are our gain levels. And 1 minus comp ratio is always going to give me the desirable outcome, but what I need to do is make it so that the whole thing can be scaled back. So the boost factor is on fire gain and stone gain. So let's make a parameter called fire pad and stone pad, but limit the amount of boost available on tap. Because if I do that, with a bit of luck, it'll do what I want. So let's give this a shot. Kind of like that. And I'll tell you why I think that's going to work. Who wants to rely on a stone pad, I ask you? So now we've got these. Normally we can boost quite extensively, but they are able to cut along with fire gain. They just can only go up to unity gain. And that's going to be our comp ratio. And let's see what we get out of that. So here's our dynamics. Remember, on most settings, that's going to be the same as fire gain, but sometimes not. And that will actually have an interesting relationship to how the ratio actually works, but it may be a desirable outcome, the way that it's changing the way that it works. I don't know why I have an S there. It's just a comment, so it does not matter. Let's see. More. So now we're applying the gain, but when ratio is next to nothing, instead we are applying pad, which doesn't turn up as much as the gain does, and then we're just adding the results together. Let's see how far we got. We are in that zone where we keep copying the end result over to the output, being the output. If it works, this becomes the retro component that I just distribute to people, because we're done. If it doesn't work, we're not done, and I keep copying it around. And then I get to make these things be VSTs, and we put these out in upcoming weeks. But then we follow them up with this. Back over to our track with the loud bass as before to see how this new behavior works. Okay, that is a 0. And it's still the 0. If we have only fire, so let's make sure we're only hearing the fire band by turning it up. Here's threshold. This is what the compression is like. And this should be fire compression at 1-to-1 ratio. I'm willing to believe that's what it's supposed to be. In fact, we can use range. Yeah, that's acting the same, except we can make it be very intensely compressed. And we've also got a huge boost on here, which is compensating for this output. So let's see how this acts as we modulate it. Okay. Yeah. And it's set to be only one gain. Now it's intensely attack and release. Nothing. Cool. Yeah. Then stone only. Yeah. So now we can audition Fire and Stone separately at 0 ratio, meaning that it's also now a StoneFire without the air, all by itself. And this entire range only affects compression. Meaning if we have a 1-to-1 ratio without muting either of the channels, we can automatically make it totally cancel out. It's forcing the 1-to-1 ratio to be exactly 1-to-1 balance. And only when we start adding this compression stuff does this kick in. Do we get to do makeup gain? So the makeup gain lives here. This might work for the regular one. Except for maybe not, because this is the regular one will have independent ratio for each one, so that's no good. So this becomes interesting. If we do full ratio and start fooling with the thresholds, we can hear what it sounds like when we step on Stone or Fire really hard, which we're doing right now. We can make it act like a limiter by having a very fast attack. No attack does this. We got a little extra boost going on here. Takes surprisingly little. And then here's our Fire. Higher, and of course it's a Kalman filter, so it's not just a matter of frequencies. And there's flat. So now if we balance Fire and Stone, knowing that at 0.5 is the original balance, and knowing that we've got some threshold on there, we can go from this rather bland sound, without anything sounding all that wildly different though, to compressed. And you can look at the waveform on the bottom of the screen. You can look at this waveform here. I'm not going to save it like this. nice know also I'm using the ratio now to dial back some of the pumpiness, some of the dynamic swings. There's our uncompressed. Here's our compressed. When we have it doing this, the bass is just extremely powerful and overwhelming stuff, and you lose the kick. Compress it, and the bass is sitting with the kick better immediately. So what we're going to do is look at this waveform on the screen, and then I'm going to hit apply and close. And now we have a different waveform, which could indeed be normalized to 0 dB. And then we've got this. I'm still hearing some waviness going on, but that's partly because we're stepping on the bass so hard. Also, with this compression, I can hear the hats and cymbals better. Good. So this is looking interesting. This is me rolling my back against the tennis balls that are wedged into my chair. I have to attend to that, otherwise I'm going to be in agony by the end of the day, and that's no good. Let's play with this a little bit more before going off and doing something else, whether it be VST-ifying or the beginnings of that process. It might be too boring to do on a stream. Or if I feel comfortable in my ability to stop my back from locking up in spasms, what I can do is juice again. There's still stuff that I was going to do there, so that might actually be a nice idea. I'm feeling kind of like that might be a nice idea. Let's play with some other noises before doing that. For instance, here's a noise. This is a rock and roll noise. So this is us using the thresholds to make it as if it is a limiter. And we can listen to Fire versus Stone. This is a Fire section. So you can hear by this range control. And this is the Stone section. And when we combine both of them, don't mind me fooling with the knobs. bypass. Here's what our compressor does to it. Threshold does a good job at stepping on stuff. Here's our foundation. So we can do this with it. Bypass. And we can use the ratio to dial back this effect, although honestly, to me, this is sounding like it's doing a pretty good job of, well, no, there's some peaks there. Dry. Limited style effect. So we can do this with it. I still hear the bass and stuff going on. So what we could do, apply that. That has just made the rest of this be a sausage, but these peaks are sticking out. But you know what you can do with dynamic peaks like that? You can clip them. And then we're going to make a little temporary effect stack that is composed of bit, shift gain, immediately followed by our latest and greatest loudinator. 80 clip 8 set to apotheosis with no boost of its, well, hang on though. We could do boost of its own. So yeah, how about instead of using the bit shift gain, we only use 80 clip. And now let's see what we get out of that. Lovely. Apply that sucker to it. And save it as alternate. And then we'll compare it to the other one, which I think we can even do in the Finder. Let's find out. So here's the original one. And here's one that's somewhat louder. And there is the bulk of the original one. Original. Now the interesting thing about this it's not making it sound worse. Original. There you have it. So I think that is ready to go. We have now got, or at least once I've finished making it, we will have StoneFire Comp did that. StoneFire Comp combined with 80 Clip. So fair enough, man. That is a good combination of things. Because if you can make it be that loudinated, let's investigate, because this was already a heavily compressed track. And the interesting thing about it, like, let's analyze. I can't show this. Actually, I could show this in my meter. Shall we? It's loudness EQ. Average RMS, maximum, minimum, blah, 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 blah. Balancing precariously against the tennis balls wedged into my... Sometimes that's just how it has to roll, you see. You do a thing and it goes fine, but it's also a very stressful day of work, and so you wind up being like, hi, my back is now not. And you go from there. I want to show what this looks like on the meter. I see no reason why I can't. I think that I should be able to. That's the thing, is sometimes the effort or struggle or whatever it is that you're doing in order to get to where you're going is worthwhile. So this is now me fiddling with my SD card. Voila. So I just made that using StoneFire Comp followed by 80 Clip 8. Let's see how that shows up. It should probably be pretty horrific on the meter, but it sounded fairly clean. Sang Discord, welcome home.
dare be sad. Let's get this party started, 'cause there's chaos to be had.
So an interesting side note about that, I actually wasn't able to hear it. The main speakers are still patched into the laptop where I do the retro development. So I just pumped it out to the 5 people listening without being able to hear it myself. But there you have it. That is the end result of the plugin that we have just watched being done. And sure enough, it seems to be able to make stuff go real loud while still having a cloud of energy going on. If you can pump the loudness that hard using this, you can not pump the loudness as hard as all of that and still retain some of the same behavior. Like if I can make this cloud distributed this way using this compressor, all I have to do is not push the volume with 80 clip by 6 dB, and then I can place it anywhere I want. And that's likely to be pretty useful. So yeah, as if you mean oof in the sense of I just didn't get to hear any of that, I heard it over the speakers while I was playing it off the laptop, so that's not a problem. I wanted to see it on the meter. I wanted to see what it did. And as far as a super loudinated thing is concerned, that shaped up fairly well. It did a fairly good job of doing what it does. So on that note, I think we're going to call this a successfully arrived at. This needs to not be there. We're not doing console SL right now. I believe there's nothing in here yet. Let's see. We got a big stack of parameters, which aren't even enough to encompass everything. And this is empty. I don't actually need this to be here because we're not doing console SL right away. We ended up using the controls from what would be console SL, and those are going to go into console X, and that's going to be the thing that I run with. So yeah, this is for some other day. This is not something that is going to be here right now. But when I do, it'll be amazing. It'll be a console SL, meaning that it will essentially be the parametric and high-low that I've got here, but without the StoneFire comp. Console SL will not have StoneFire built into it, which will make it somewhat simpler. There's that. It will be somewhat simpler. So what David is saying, do dev on the laptop for certain Mac features that the new Mac wouldn't support. In a manner of speaking, that's true. I can tell you exactly what the new Mac won't support. And the new Mac won't support developing for that old laptop. That's what it won't support. I can build on the new laptop all day long, all I want. But it won't let me make plugins for people on older machines to some extent. In particular, the kinds of machines that it will not let me target are the older batch of machines that the dev laptop, the retro laptop, will target. Let's talk compatibility. You can still get PowerPC Macs. You just have to go to like eBay or something to do it, and they'll cost you about $20. And they're still running a Unix-based Mac OS, that I'm developing on there. You can still run a bunch of different programs. I'm pretty sure I can get a version of Reaper. You got Logic, older Logic, but Logic. You got a bunch of stuff going on. And all on a Mac that anybody could afford. Or indeed, you can find places where they're just giving them away because they're so antique, they're so retro, that they're deemed worthless. Like that you can't run modern versions of web browsers on them. That's the case for that one. I can't run a modern web browser on it because nobody's supporting them. It's just simply too old. The Mac OS is too old, the processors are too weak. So there's a variety of different kinds of compatibility. You know, I've also got a laptop that my brother gave me back in the day because he had long since outgrown it. It was the one that he had in college or something. And it is a PowerPC G4 laptop. Interesting thing about PowerPC G4 Mac laptops, at least of this era, is that they have optical ins and outs on the headphone jack. Like I've showed you, and I'll show you again. See this little guy here? This is not an electrical connector. This is an optical connector. May or may not be able to aim it at a light so that you can see that there is a fiber optic thing in here. But this is an optical connector. You plug an optical cable into it, and you plug it into the right kind of Mac, which is not any of the newest ones because they stopped doing that. But the one I'm developing on has an optical out, but not an optical in. And the old G4 one has an optical out and an optical in. If you do that, you can pipe the audio from the Mac to any converter you like. What I'm doing for the main studio is a very nice Lavery. And it will quite happily send 24-bit audio. In fact, the G4 will quite happily send 24-bit audio. I'm pretty sure the old G4 can also go up to 96K as long as you're not mixing a whole sound down, a whole song down. So you'd be able to do a sort of DJ-like performance and play stuff out of that digital out, the digital optical out, to really good converters to your PA system. And then all your money can go into having a good converter, which there could be any number of things. As long as you can buy a very cheap converter that will convert the optical out into SPDIF. And there's a bunch of different converters that will take digital SPDIF in. In fact, the one that I'm using, the Lavery, it does have an optical in, and that's what I use directly for it. It also has an XLR in. It's AES EBU digital format. And it also has an RCA in, which means SPDIF. And the Lavery will go up to 96K, but you can get a bunch of different really good, you can be a headphone guy and have a special fancy headphone converter. As long as you can feed it with the digital out, you could feed it from this antique Mac laptop, which has a built-in digital optical out right in the headphone jack, and the digital optical in, meaning that you could capture with it as well. And we're talking a G4 machine. We're talking something that is so old people don't even remember they exist. We're talking PowerPC. We're talking before they started using Intel, never mind before they started using Apple Silicon. Now that's legacy support. And all of my stuff runs on those. Although granted, I would bet you any amount of money that the new plugins like Meter, which I'm going to start fooling with, will not. Because you can't take modern stuff and even target Snow Leopard, much less target PowerPC. Xcodes just start throwing away support for the older machines as they go. And it's partly to avoid clutter, and it's partly because they are doing forced obsolescence, which is a thing that they may do. So what we're going to do right now is move some of my stuff over so we can have a look at some of these things. This is all about, let's see, font embedding. Some of my work recently has been about trying to make it so that I can specify a particular font. In particular, I want to specify Jost or Yost or whatever. And I'm about to test out some of what I can do with that. So here is our gain plugin. And I can hit build and it will auto build and it'll auto place the plugin where it's supposed to go. Yeah, I have an idea as to what that could possibly mean. He might have had a stuff it file or something where you can't get the compression. You might not be able to run stuff it expander, or things might not work. And yeah, it's a matter of whether people are willing to legacy support way back into the past. So let's take a moment and look at this again. I'm also listening to the sound of the log falling over in my fire, but it was fine. And I should switch this back to where I can hear it. Kind of like this. And there we are. None of this is going to do anything to the audio, but we're playing with the knobs and things. In particular, one of the things that we want to do is set this up so that it will work in Reaper and appropriately set the color according to the track color. I'd like to do that. These are both set to tilt back, so that's not in the appropriate place, but that's fine. And one of the things I was looking into doing, there was something I was looking into doing right then. I had just compiled this and I was wondering what I was doing with it. Because yeah, I just came off of completing StoneFire Comp in the morning. And that's a good work day all by itself. I could go off and play Minecraft now, but I'm still interested in doing something else. And it had something to do with something around here. We have our meter plugin. We have the stuff that's the processor, so it's the UI that's going to be doing things. I know I wanted to try to implement draw linear slider, and that's probably something that's doable. I can take some of this code and mimic what I was doing with it to do my linear slider, because I'm going to have need of a Airwindows style linear slider. It had something to do with a text. I feel like what I'm talking about had something to do with the text of, oh, I remember now. Yeah, so this would fit with me talking about interfaces and talking about the UI and building it to be able to immediately look at what I'm seeing and hear. And as you can see, we've got words written on these things. Not only that, everything resizes, and in one of the more recent things that I did, it made it so that as you resize stuff quite radically, it places the words close enough to the knobs that even if you resize it into very unreasonable aspect ratios and so on, it's still essentially functional. Like, you can't really see what I just did there, but we've got little bitty knobs, and you can still read what the knobs say. And then if we make the control be much, much larger, since we're not, there was still a problem that we had regarding aspect ratio. If we cause JUCE to force an aspect ratio there's a way in which it breaks, which you cannot come back from. Also, weirdly, we seem to have made the width go away. And I'm not sure what that means. Let's resize it some more and see what it does. But you'll notice we have these little embossed looking words. Oh, and the width kind of went back. But yeah, this is all about the resizing. It's forcing it to be a particular aspect ratio because we have a maximum and minimum size. And I'm probably going to want to experiment with like removing that entirely and see we still have access to this knob. But if I tell it to be a fixed aspect ratio, it will start chopping off the top of the interface and then you can never get it back. So that's no good. And then our audio plays and we've got our little meter and all that kind of stuff. One of the things that I did with this most recently was set it up so that if you used this control to resize it, you've got a minimum size, which is like a quarter or half size or something. And then you've got a maximum size, which is pretty darn huge. And the dots on the interface scale according to what's going to work. Like, this is being drawn relative to the scaling that we have, but if we make it smaller, you can still see the dots because the dots have been scaled. And I ended up updating the meter plugin to do the same thing. See, you can make it tiny, but instead of the dots disappearing, they become even more obvious as they go. And that was the idea, was be able to scale each of these parameters in such a way that that dot information remains visible at all times. And then when you have it at a size like this, you can then place many more controls than simply one giant huge knob. And the many more controls will be like a smaller knob, which you can fit many of them. Or then knobs which are tilted in different directions, so on and so forth. In particular, having the knobs be tilted in this way, and I feel like maybe this is actually, I'm trying to figure, oh, I bet I know what's happening. Oh, I totally know what's happening. I have a parameter in here which is changing the aspect ratio of some of the knobs. Like, let's see if it was gain. It is. So watch this. Here is the thing that I have that is dynamically adapting to stuff. And in fact, I could do that and manipulate the aspect ratio. Gain is setting the verticality of these knobs. They're both matching. So these knobs are directly facing us, right? If I set gain to be all the way this way, and then touch the size of it, all of a sudden, these knobs are, we are looking from underneath to this one. This is a knob that is on the top edge of the interface. Looking into it, it's like this is the top part of the 747 control panel, and we're looking from underneath it. And that is because we have adjusted this. But hey, we can do the opposite, change it to the other extreme, and now both of these knobs are readjusted. This is now on the bottom part of the interface. And we're looking down from above it, and it is vertically squished to where if they were all in the same box, this now takes up less vertical space than the other one. And we can arrange the interface in such a way that they have specific tilt values, and then you can fit more of them on the angled surfaces, and then you have the surface facing you for these perfectly flat ones. Or you can have a partially, like in this case, we'd be looking at one that is perfectly flat and then one that is let's see if we can make it, yeah, see if it's tilted as hard as that, then it's excessively wide. But if I pull it back just a hair, it can be a visual representation of two knobs that are supposed to be the same size, but they're rendered in perspective. Meaning that this one is a little bit bigger than this one because it's closer to you. Or if it was much closer to you in a sharper angle, it would be even steeper. And then you would adjust it like this to sort of override that slightly. Still producing the same basic visual effect. And then the more you vertically squish things, we can do it kind of like this. You can see that there's lots of room for the labels. The labels are rather large, granted, but and the interface can be tightly packed with large accessible knobs where you can clearly see where they're pointing to some extent. The ones that are tilted way back, maybe not so much. And then I can design a sort of faux 3D where there's no actual 3D rendering. It's just the positioning of the knobs and the way that they're drawn. So the idea is now I need to do a horizontal slider the same way. Because remember, we want to make one of these. And I probably am not going to implement a faux joystick control. I could though, but I'm probably not going to implement a faux joystick control that is across and vertical and have 4 of those for the bass, low, mid, high, mid, and treble. That's probably going to be more like sets of 3 knobs like you'd have in the SSL. And it would be a little triangle of knobs here and here and here and here. That's probably how that would be. But I need sliders because you just saw StoneFire Comp. And this is what you just saw and heard. This is the plugin that I just boiled down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had a little extra going on because remember we needed this here too. We needed StoneFire and range and then this. And that's the plugin I was just working on. So, and then the one that I said we're not actually doing anything with is literally all of these. It's StoneFire, and StoneFire Comp did not have the gate threshold, but the end result will have all of these things, and also these things are parametric plus the high-low EQ that I was talking about. And the low pass and high pass, they need to be distributed, but they're going to be distributed within the plugin, which means that if you have the low pass switched all the way off, it'll be sort of a raw processor, including all the nonlinearities. But if you're looking for your distributed aliasing resistance and stuff, you just nudge the low pass to be the tiniest little bit on, and it starts applying a 20K filter, just the way that the low pass would do. And if you want a low pass even more, well, that is alias suppression filtering even lower. It should really work. It should really work quite well, including for sending stuff through to the rest of the mix, because the distribution of it will be applying these things, maybe not the high pass, but maybe the high pass. But it'll be applying these things on input somewhere in the compression gate setup, and then before discontinuity, and on output. So there's going to be distributed places that I can apply this where you still get the 6th order filter, but where it's applying each stage of the filter might be slightly different each time. And we're building it all out of stuff like this. So one of the things I want to do is, you see that font? I believe that is probably JUCE. That's the font I use for Airwindows stuff. And I'd like to have it be a dedicated font for the Airwindows plugins. But I might also want to have it work if you don't have that font installed. And I've been reading up about how to embed the font in the plugin, but if it works correctly, I might leave that off. Let's find out. So what we're going to do is go to Airwindows UI, and looky there, it says, see it set default sans serif typeface name. What happens if we tell it to be impact? Because I know I'm doing a variety of things, like trying to set the height of the text based on what kind of font it is. And I've just changed the typeface. So in theory, we're going to see a different typeface. But these are wildly different fonts, and yet they're fitting in about the same space. Impact is not the font I want to use for this, but the next thing is to try that. We'll try a bunch of different fonts and see if they all sit about right. They're rather large against these knobs, but that's fine. That is also a font that people might have available. So I'm going to be trying to set JUCE as a font, and it needs to go and dig that up from the OS. So after I try this, and you see what Times New Roman looks like. Also, there are plenty of other fun things you can do as well. Like, see, there's our Times. Times is actually quite large, but it's still being scaled to the size of the interface in a way that's fairly effective. Give it more space and it makes more room, and it does its little emboss thing, and that's all cool. Going to quit out of there. Just for fun. So if this works, it's going to look real interesting. That is a font that I have. There's a number of possible things I can try along those lines. But I made that font a long time ago for use with cartooning. And I believe that has just given me my answer. I wanted to find out what happened if I specified a font that doesn't exist. And it looks to me like this is what happens. That looks kind of like, I don't know, Arial or something. So our font size is routinely rather large, which is probably fine. It's definitely keeping, it was very difficult to get these to scale appropriately with the actual knob so that it moves to near where the knob is. Let's see if it's a single word. But that answered my question, even before I was ready to test it. I thought I had my font on hand, and I did not. And I still don't, so I'm clearly missing something. I'm going to move these tennis balls out of the way and maybe go and throw another log on the fire and drink the last little bit of my coffee, because we are diving into the JUCE programming section of the day. The last 3 hours is going to be a bear. I promise you, this is going to be tough, because I don't know anything about JUCE and I don't program GUIs, and yet that's what I'm doing. So we will attempt it together. Last cup of coffee for the day. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon already. One more log on the fire, maybe, if not more. Don't mind me, I want to see if this catches properly. Come on, you. I'm just messing with the fire because it sort of cooled off. It didn't really want to catch, so I need to see actual flames in here. I don't want it sitting around smoldering. Come on, you. There we go. Now let me share that experience. Just a moment. Main cam. Room cam. Here we are. So let's get this little bugger going, shall we? Definitely don't feel like being really cold today. I mean, it's almost May. Why is it so cold? And there's a variety of good reasons for why it's so cold. But all I have to care about really is I don't feel like being super cold today. So, here we go. And I'm speculating on whether I want to turn the damper on again. And wincing at my back pain. There you go. And there we are. That should do the job. They should go back in my chair so that I can try to fix the back problems I'm continuing to have. And guess what? We're going to get back into our coding. Let's go and find some fonts, shall we? Go to Library, Fonts. So presumably, I stand corrected. So the reason I don't have Jinx hand lettering is because it doesn't appear to be installed. I don't know what that's about. But you know what? I do have some stuff installed. Yeah. I bought Jupyter. Other people don't necessarily have Jupyter. That's a store-bought font. But I tell you what, it's pretty impressive. If you did have the font Jupyter, it would look like that. That's Jupiter. Dun dun. The overly dramatic Airwindows interface. That's pretty hilarious. And if I'm not mistaken, I've got comments around here somewhere. Let's see. Digging through stuff, looking for things. So Jinx hand lettering. So I had that, but I don't know what happened. Maybe it's not working properly. I'm looking for certain information. So Fanboy HC is Fanboy Hardcore. I also own Spinner Rack Pro. May or may not register as Pro, but we can find out. Let's see whether that got me the different font. Nope. Let's try it as Spinner Rack. It's going to be some kind of... There is some form of specifying this that's going to give me that font. I'm just not quite sure which. And it wasn't that either. Oh no, hang on a second. There's got to be a way of figuring this one out. Also, do I even have Fanboy Hardcore? So Spinner Rack Pro BB. Maybe that's what it's called. So in Font Book, we have a bunch of stuff that is specified, and I may have gone and done all of these collections manually. This is what I have set up in a graphics program, namely Clip Studio Paint. Hopefully Clip Studio Paint is going to remain okay for me, because I got it knowing that it was an amazing art program, and in fact that's what I make my video thumbnails in. But what its real strength is in doing things like cartoons, comics, manga, stuff like that. It has incredibly powerful panel and lettering functionality. It has incredibly powerful perspective rulers, just all manner of stuff for a working artist or mangaka. And I set up these collections so that I could do various cool things with different kinds of stuff, and freehand should presumably, well no, comics should contain stuff like Spinner Rack BB. It's a store-bought font. You can't necessarily have this unless you buy it. You buy it from whatever the guy is, Nate Picos. So if that's Spinner Rack BB, that's what we need to call it, not Pro. And now we find out whether we can build the application and show that font on it. Because part of what I'm doing with all of this, sure enough, there we go. So that is a comics lettering font. It makes the interface look kind of weird. But we continue to have roughly the right amount of space for barely fitting in the available region. And what that means is that part of my code is working correctly, but also it means I have range for choosing something interesting. See, there's Jupyter. Jupyter is basic. Oh, look, Jupyter Pro Regular, your A doesn't even have a crossbar. That's very funky looking. And we've got all this crazy stuff going on. Or no, wait, Jupyter Pro is the one that has this, whereas regular Jupyter does have a crossbar. It looks a little more normal rather than looking really weird. And there's condensed. There was an additional thing that I remember writing down from somewhere, and I would like to demonstrate it, although I don't think I get to actually include it. Let's go into my Airwindows folder and presumably notes. I think notes. Or something. Or maybe I want to go into my workshop folder where I have information on not just, oh no, maybe not. I'm looking for the place where I have information of those cards, arrangement cards, and that would be here. So there we are again. Alternate Gothic 2D is both EMI Harvest and Moog. Thing is, I don't think I have that in a way that I can use. But what I can do, if I find it, maybe I don't, maybe I can't find it. Nope, wait, Almira. LMN. Yeah, no, I guess I don't have it. I'm not supposed to have it. That's not one that I have bought. Oh, look, Antihero. There's another comics font. So we've got all of this stuff going on. I'm not going to worry about that. Arima Madurai. Any use your telescope is another funky one. And here's the thing, is I'm pretty sure this is what we're looking at when it can't find the font. Because it is sort of assuming it's talking to Windows, and so it's going to assume Arial rather than Helvetica or something like that. And we can specify something like Arial Narrow, which is not actually all that much narrower. But we can also get funky. Because I've got a bunch of fonts from the Google collection, various free fonts from various places. And rather than embed the font, which I could conceivably do, I'm interested in just specifying something that you might have if you had the Google collection. But if you don't have that, it falls through to something that also looks decent. And I had to put some work into making that be okay. Like here's Baloo 2. Not Volu. So if we specify a font that's not an English font, our information changes somewhat. To, oh, no, it actually fell out. That didn't actually end up being a thing. Now, why is that? Maybe I have to specify Baloo 2 regular. But yeah, this is our experimentation process as we start to get more and more things going on. And again, that alternate Gothic, my idea there was I wanted to show you what it looked like if my interface was in fact a Moog product. but I can't because I don't have that on hand. Nor should I, because I never actually bought that font. I think I just ended up having it kicking around somewhere because bootleg fonts and things like that. And so that would be why I don't have it now, is because I went through and tidied up all of my stuff so that the only things I have to work with are legit. And that actually is not giving me a weird, funky font either, but I know I can get them. Or did I? Nope, that's spelled correctly. But we can make it look like this. How about like this? This might give me a funky looking interface by specifying this. And then if anybody else, this is assuming that all goes correctly though, but in theory, if anybody else on Windows or Mac or Linux had this font installed, they would see this. Without me having to embed a font, which might also give rise to other effects. So there's Arizonia, right? Oh, let's set that to there. There is Arizonia. Where is Arizonia? R. There it is. So what I can do is option drag that to the desktop, or indeed just drag it to the desktop because I'm looking to delete it. Let's see if we can rename this and have it find it. Firstly, what does this become? Oh, that looks kind of too normal. What do I have that could become weird? Okay, that's a sci-fi font. I keep getting a noise coming out of my subwoofers. Hopefully that's going to be fine. Everything I need to cause my back to seize up even more. And audio wide becomes, oh wait, this is the one that I'm going to want to, well, I'm going to want to do both of these. What happens if we rename this to Arizonia? It let me. That's not to say that it will do it, but okay, so internally it still thinks it's audio wide. This might not work, but then it might, so let's find out. I've also removed Arizonia entirely. So do we get the weird scripty text face, or do we get a sci-fi looking one, or do we get Arial? Looking like we get Arial. Okay. So that experiment did about as well as I could hope, honestly. Replace with the original. And if that experiment had worked, we would have got this. And that's a very sci-fi looking scenario. It would also be nice if I could build into the plugin somewhere something that the sufficiently clever person would be able to edit so that they could specify what font they want all of the Airwindows stuff to use. Because I would be quite happy to let people customize it on that level. I've got it set up so that it is fitting everything into about the right space. I do need to make it a little bit smaller, but more or less everything is fitting into an appropriate space. It just all needs to be smaller. So I'd quite like to let people specify their own fonts here. I'm just not quite sure how. Anyways, so we fall back to Arial. Oh, looks like we have two different kinds of Baskervilles, one with two V's. That's weird. I'm not sure what that's about. Here we have, oh, Arizonia was in fact a power font. Bangers, Butcherman, Cherry Bomb. That's cute. Eater. Grapester. These are power fonts. These are weird. Jockey 1. Jolly Lodger. See, wouldn't it be neat if you could specify a font and then all of your Airwindows plugins would be updated to contain that font? That would make it an inspiring work environment. You're a metalhead. You want Metal Mania. So you find a place to specify Metal Mania. Yeah, surely there's bound to be a way of doing that, making a plugin where there is a user editable resource of some kind, where if you were sufficiently determined, you could look it up and be like, my default is this. And then all of your plugins across the board would be designed to be like cool in this way. If you want to call this cool. Maybe you do. And we do have to make the text smaller. But that's kind of what I've got in mind. So maybe this is a fine time to, well, firstly, let me get my chat was somewhat obscured. So we can do this stuff using custom fonts. I have now determined that I can just specify a font, and if the user has it installed, you can use it. But what I'm really interested in doing is being able to instantiate the plugin and somewhere have oh, look, My Little Pony got sued over a font dispute. Twilight Sparkle, what are you up to? What are you doing, Twi? So I don't have to worry about this stuff if I can give the user an ability to specify. Like, here's somebody with their use of... I'm less interested in doing this in such a way that I can pick some kind of funky font and have it always be that, although I'm quite happy to specify JUCE and have it fall through to Arial. But I want a place where I can write JUCE in as part of, I don't know, a configuration file somewhere that's user accessible. So if you knew what you were doing, and I could tell you what to do, you could go there and then override that Airwindows specified, like, yeah, we're looking for JUCE. And if you have JUCE on your system, which go to Google Fonts and install it, and then you've got it as intended. But here's where you update it so that you can have like Metal Mania and then use that. That's what I want for Airwindows JUCE designs. Because that also means if you want everything to look like it's a Moog synthesizer, then you get a hold of that font that is the EMI Harvest / Moog font and use that one. I'm trying to remember what it was now. I shouldn't care. let's not worry about that right now. So instead of font, use our own resource file. Where to store files to include. So I want it to be global. I want it to work on Linux, Mac, and Windows. So known location on the computer. So often when dealing with programmers, you're looking up these things and people are asking questions and being confused. And somebody is like, well, you must be just stupid. What's wrong with you? Work harder. And it's not the best teacher behavior, honestly. How about user-specified global resource? I feel like global is the correct way of going about this. I just don't know if, okay, global preferences, but that's for the producer, and apparently that's a suggestion. And that has to do with JUCE's build stuff, so that's not what we're talking about at all, unfortunately. Little reference to Steinberg punishing VST2 users. So we're talking about the producer local preference, global preferences, so that's no good. That's not at all what we're talking about. No, none of that's what I'm talking about. I wonder if anybody's even trying, has anybody ever tried to actually do this? Has anybody ever tried to make a sort of preference file? JUCE plugin global preferences. How do you make this? Global settings and private file. Like global preferences, that's about their producer, which I'm not using. Plugin user settings. That's getting closer to what I'm talking about, I bet. User plugin settings handles persistent stuff like window size. It would also be nice to be able to look up like a default scaling factor so that new plugins, that when you instantiate them, they pop into existence at an appropriate scaling factor. It would be nice. I don't know if it's possible. We're talking stuff that will apply over all plugins. So value tree, huh? Config. Oh, there's somebody doing something. Audio processor value tree state class. So there is somebody living dangerously and doing some things. Settings as parameters. Not quite sure what that means. User settings loaded from a settings file. But is that actually global settings or not? Value to text and text to value. No more coffee, sadly. We're not going to be locked on this forever. I'm probably just about to move on. I just want to see whether there's anything Like, surely there's somebody who has done something like this. I can't imagine that there's no interest in this. It's just that, like, well, am I the only one to think of it? If so, that's an even better idea for doing it. But also, I won't find, like, this is the kind of stuff where you can't ask AI. Because if I can't find anybody ever having done it, AI won't know about it either. Ooh, don't want to do this. Replace files from the JUCE framework with other things. Oh, that's not a good idea. Let's not go there. So more about global preferences. Global settings and project file of audio plugins. Yes. Yes, I would like it. I want that. I want this. Has this person found any answer to what they're trying to do since 10 years ago? Properties file? Ah, but is that a user hackable? Alrighty. JUCE data structures, app properties. What kinds of things can we make out of this? It is a file that stores data pairs, as in application settings, etc. Keeps the values in memory, writes them out to disk lazily. I do also wonder whether this can break if you're not supposed to be. You have to be able to write to disk to do this, and that's a concern. Because you can't always write stuff to disk, I don't think. I need to know more about how JUCE does this stuff. Oh, typically helpful. Look at that. JUCE properties file H file reference is somewhat uncommunicative. Check it out. Same deal. I don't see much there. That's interesting. Huh. So that would be for an app. Huh. You can store stuff as XML. Okay, so let's start consolidating some stuff. Can you store a custom font specification in a properties file? I am not sure that that is a JUCE question. Let's go find out. It's a Stack Overflow question, but I'm not at all sure that's a JUCE question. Yeah, no, probably not. There's no telling what that is, but it's not JUCE. So application name. So we got to specify some things to use this. We've got to do various things. Has anybody done this really well, I wonder? There's custom typeface. This is very much I am the King God Emperor of all of this, and so I specify what typeface you're supposed to have, and that's not the real guts of what I'm trying to do here. I feel like I'm very quickly going to burn out on this and need to start doing something else. See, global preference is producer. Producer. Help with settings and preset files. This is 2016 rather than 2013. Okay, so, yeah, please help. No answer. No reply whatsoever. I love it. I love it. This is so programmer. I mean, go and figure. This is sort of, JUCE is the gold standard for professional audio coders doing their GUI and targeting multiple platforms and all that kind of stuff. But woof. Woof. Dead silence. Please help me do this. Nothing. It's almost 10 years ago. Woof. Cross-platform user directories. Where are my presets stored? See, there would be a place where I could maybe JUCE file get special location. Hello. So do we have a cross-platform thing there? There is Stanford trying to help me out with that. Here is the JUCE references, which are often blank. Okay. User documents, user deck. There's a bunch of stuff. Get special location. Find files. So there's a place where I could solicit a place to go and dig up information. Because here's the thing is, I'm basically happy with doing my customization dependent upon the concept that a user should be like, I am a super uber hacker, I'm in. And then they make the text file where it needs to be, and then it works. So what you do then is program it in such a way that the plugin, literally all the plugins, program it into Airwindows UI. Maybe as part of Airwindows look and feel. And it lives here. And then this would be an instantiator. See, it's this little thing there. And then we're just calling functions inside that, of which we can add more as we need them. It's going to end up being a rather big file. But in here is where we do this, and so in here is where I would be loading from something, and if the resulting file was there, it would load that and then scan it for the name and then use that name. So it might live around here somewhere. This appears to be public. And this is the instantiator, so when we start up, we do this. And we specified all of those things. And sort of go from there. We're overriding a bunch of it. by starting up. But this might be a place where I could put that kind of information in. So file class reference. User documents directory might be an appropriate place to go looking for that. And then it would be on the person who was trying to do the custom font to work out how to do that. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be documents directory that I want, because this is how we specify things. Might just run. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter how confused JUCE becomes as long as you can figure out where to put it. Like, it's going to be looking for a particular place, and I'm quite fine with it not knowing the right place, because if you want to override this and customize it, then you have to figure out where it's looking for it. If it doesn't find anything, then it defaults to default settings. So let's, first of all, do that, and then, well, hang on. Stanford. Okay, that's exactly the same information that I had before. Get special location method. Fine. What do we got here? Referenced by get last file, get host path, blah, blah, blah. Solved. Cool. Okay, solved. Up. This is somebody in 2020 doing something very similar to what I want, except for not as ambitious. This is saving scaling factor of the GUI. And let's see. Storing it in a file in a certain location. File permission issues are fine because it's on you to figure out how to customize things, and that makes it a little more special. Location guaranteed to be accessible, we can try. Oh, shared documents. That's cool. So can't write to both the shared location and home directory. Cool beans. That'll work. One reply. Nope, common documents. Okay, in Ubuntu you have to have root. Fair. That's not necessarily a problem. I don't have to install presets, so that's fine. The class this guy mentioned. So This XML stuff is probably what I'm going to want, but I'm a little concerned. There's a lot to it. So if I had just this code, there's pretty much no way that's going to actually work. But I'm still very interested. Yep, so JUCE file. So let's update that then. We don't have a settings directory demonstrated. We can specify some of these things directly. That's fine. We do not have settings directory. And constructor should not return a value. Fair? Fair. That part was not needed. And that is also not needed. So we don't have settings directory, but what can we do? Common versus user. I'll use user documents directory then. Storing settings, it's fine. We don't have to build it on install, so that's fine. And this is very similar to what I'm working with already. So can we specify that? Overloaded operator. Is ambiguous with operand types. Well, get separator string. Maybe we don't need that. Does that work? Because it was similar to what we had before. Undeclared identifier file. Okay, now it wants that. Adding special location type to a string does not append to a string. Fair? Well then, if instead we're just specifying something, what if we can extend this undeclared type? Okay, so here's our user documents directory. Can we get a child of this somehow? Is that a thing that works? This returns nothing. So far it returns nothing. Let me fuss with my fire a little bit more. We are rocketing towards, we're not rocketing towards, but we're within an hour of defrosting food for dinner time. I'm looking forward to that. So here we have, this is doing a thing. It's parsing settings file. We're able to define this file. I don't know if we're doing anything with it, but we have documents directory. We're looking for a child of that. So how do we do a child of a special location type? Settings directory. Well, that's presumably special locations type gives me a directory. Shouldn't this work? Except for we can't select very well, can we? Let's try it. Ooh, and as soon as I do anything, it becomes upset and fails. So overloaded operator. So settings directory. So I have to establish what settings directory is. Let's do this in 2 stages. Does that work? Undeclared identifier. So some of this is still not working, but maybe that's fine. One thing at a time. So we'll see whether this is still an overloaded operator that is ambiguous. Invalid operands. File and string ref. What if we don't want that there? Is that a legit statement? No conversion from special location type. Okay, time to whip out auto. Like, why don't you just be a variable of the correct kind? Please, go forth and be the right variable. Ooh, that's just a typo, isn't it? Now, how are you doing? Overloaded operator is ambiguous. Well, that's what the other guy was using, and we do apparently have settings directory. Special location type. So settings directory, that's just plain special locations type. That doesn't necessarily give me a location. It's like this is not actually the directory. This is the type that one uses to go and get the directory. So confusion around file chooser. Why, yes, maybe that's appropriate. There are built-in examples. Wrapper class around file chooser. Well, some of that stuff maybe not such a concern, because the part where they're having a problem is not necessarily the part where I'm having a problem. Can we do this? Is that a thing? Looks a little bit like oh, hello. There's a special location type that I can update to the one I want. Cool. So we're getting a lot closer to having something work. This is, so file default directory. In fact, let's call it custom settings. So we don't need this now. And we've got our file, so we don't need this. Okay, interesting. So here's where stuff gets extremely funky. Copy properties and children from. Trying to find an example of somebody using this successfully. Value tree. So what I'm looking to do is get data out of a file that's on the system somehow, anyhow. I'm not interested or concerned with like loading data back onto it. What I want to do is attempt to read a file from a place in the system somewhere. If so, it attempts to read XML. And if it reads XML, it checks to see whether the data that it has got is like legitimate in any way. And if so, it tries to use that data in various ways. In particular, I'm looking to start by just loading one thing, and that is a string. And we'll try to use that string as a font. And if we can use the string as a font, we have user editable fonts. And if we can't use that string as a font, it should fall through to Arial. So this is going better than I thought it would, but still. Properties, value trees, cached value, blah, blah, blah. JUCE file class reference. I may not be even dealing with the XML properly. XML element. This gets all very complicated. But maybe there's a way of... Okay, so you load presets, but then what? Okay. I do care about this thread safety. It would be terrible if it like locked up and then stuck a thread and never completed or something. So that's challenging. There's a lot of this stuff that I do not care about. All I'm trying to do is see whether I can return a single thing. XML files. Oh, there's Jules doing a thing. Oh my God. Jules answers the question, and then you can't read it. Here's apparently the answer to the question, but you can't read it. XML parser. So let's see what he's got by stretching this out. And no. Oh dear. From 2013, ladies and gentlemen, Jules makes a post that literally is truncated. You're supposed to do this, but it runs out. You can't see it anymore. Thanks, Juice. Wow. So what else have we got going on? Basic XML creation help get started. This at least is what the Juice thing that Jules posted should have looked like, but it must have been too early. So save, export, don't actually care about that. I'm quite happy to have people handwrite an XML file in the correct spot to do this thing, because the thing that I'm letting them do is a really wild thing. I'm going to let people pick their own font for all Airwindows plugins. As long as they have the font, they can use it. But yeah, so that's actually not saving it, reading it. I'm looking for reading it. There are many, many examples of how to use XML. Name one. Show me one, for heaven's sake. My outrage is unconfined. Thanks a lot, says the guy. Initializing from an XML file. Okay. You're stupid for asking this. Thanks, Jules. If you're ever listening to this, Jules, I am not that contemptuous or mad. It's just that a lot of the stuff that we're running into here, all I'm trying to do is give the option for the sufficiently clever enough hacker to make a file on their computer, know the right place to produce that file, and then put it in there so that they can update the entire class of Airwindows plugins made using this technique to use a custom font. And I'll use that for my own custom font. And I'll default a custom font where if it isn't able to load the font, it apparently falls through to Arial, and that is fine. I'm about to set up the sizes of it all, but I really want to be able to make a magic file. Like if you're clever enough and you make the magic file, then you can have a default like background color or all manner of stuff. I'm not watching a video for the purpose of doing that. Yeah. And it's fascinating how nobody is doing the thing that I'm looking to do. This is fascinating. It's always about my plugin is the most important smart thing ever, and so I must save all of my settings to somewhere that has to be guaranteed that it's going to work and be able to get it back. But it never seems to be, let me make a place where somebody can create a file to do a cool thing to all of the plugins. Oh, actually, I'm fine with everything being a string. Actually, let us bounce back into Xcode. Let's see if we can make a string. I bet that's not actually a working value type. Ooh, CF string? Can you define a variable that is one of these things? T, S, ampersand. So what do T and F mean? CF string ref. Let's go and have a look at that then. JUCE string to CF string. Okay. So this might just be, oh, there's a JUCE underscore string. Don't care if it's UTF-8 or not. I don't need it to be Unicode. UTF-8, JUCE : string. So apparently you can do this. Let's find out. The thing we're trying to do now is to see what I need to do in order to set the typeface as this. Ooh, character not allowed in an identifier. What character even is that? Oh, those are curly braces, that's why. Here's the thing that can sometimes happen, is I need quotes, but those are curly quotes because it came off of a web page. You can't do this, but I bet you can do this. Boom. So constant char key C string. Alrighty, so at what point, well, that doesn't do anything. What's up with this? This doesn't do anything. Or does it? Well, let's see if this works. Or if it simply becomes upset with me and refuses to work. Also, we're not going to need this. So JUCE string font name. Like this is this modifying this in place? Is it changing from const char to something? Let's find out if it works. Let's find out if it builds. Save, build. Let's see what you do. Do you crash? Do you refuse to build? Because we're now setting default sans serif typeface name to font name. And it's going to try to build. And we'll see whether it succeeds or not. It succeeded, but let's see if it was able to do that. So if this bit worked, then we're going to have the crazy metal font in there. If not, it's going to be Arial. It's the crazy metal font, but wait, there's more. Modak. We've never tried doing this before, so if it works for this, then this code worked. Build. Because then if I can load this off, oh, and also this stuff, it might not have done anything, but it worked. It attempted to do default path. It attempted to do a file. It attempted to do an XML document. File custom settings. So this might not have done anything, but it didn't crash. And that's cool. I have a good feeling about that. Now, do we have this crazy new thing or do we have the old one? Is it the metalhead or is it the Modak? Dun dun dun. Got there. Got there. That's cool. So now, XML parse custom settings. What do we do to make a string out of an XML document? Also, what's the name of this document if it exists? We got default location get file path name. We got file default path, file custom settings. So I've given it the name custom settings. Did we create a custom settings file? I doubt it. I should definitely do a little bit more to personalize that. No question about that. File custom settings, default path, get file path name. But that is not doing anything beyond user documents directory. So let's see. What other options happen if we type in this dot? Get file path name gives you default path. File custom settings, you can do file default path. Can I then do get child file? Let's try it this way. So that still works. Here's file default path, but can I, there we go, okay. Get child file, string ref, relative or absolute path as a Boolean, presumably. So returns a file, sibling file, get file extension, get separator char, which is the system specific, so that goes into a subfolder. That's cool. So we maybe don't actually need to do it in this convoluted way. Return a unit identifier. We can spy on people's total volume sizes. Let's not do that. Non-existent child file. Okay, so that's make a file name one that isn't already there. Okay. I know why you would do that. It's if you needed to save a separate version of something. Get child file string ref. And apparently it's uninitialized this way. And I don't know what relative or absolute path needs. Let's bounce over to here and look at tutorial file reading. Sometimes when I go to the tutorials in JUCE, they give a blank page. This, however, is letting you select a file. Okay, so absolute path. Well, we're specifying a thing, so A file object is to a file or directory whether it exists or not. So our format for doing this looks kind of like that. Get child file, file.text. I'm okay with it being text. I can make a text file all day long. And so can anybody else. That's all cool. I won't need to construct it from inside the plugin either. So let's see where we're at. Okay, we don't need to double those things up. We have too many parens. Let's see what you do now. Can you get that file? JUCE file. We can probably do it like this. This doesn't have to be that fancy. I don't have to make a special string for that. So in theory, that works. Get special location. User documents, get child file, file.text. And then that will mean that the end result is either going to be a thing or not. So custom settings could be null. Let's go and make it not be null. Here's file.text. Ta-da! File.text. And we're going to use Unix line breaks and see whether it makes any sense of that, because there's not actually going to be multiple lines in here. There we go. So if this works, it can read that little file. I'm not sure what it's going to do with it. It's certainly not going to be able to parse it as an XML document because it's not one. But we can see what it does and then move on. Build succeeded. I don't think there's anything that I can do within this that's going to return me anything. But we still have our original overridden goofy looking font. And we're doing that here. I don't know whether we need to do JUCE string font name. But I can find out. How are you doing? Does it still work? Does it need to be a JUCE string or can it be const char? We're going to find out. Build succeeded. Do we get Metal Mania or do we get Arial or do we get something else? We get Metal Mania. Okay, so we didn't actually need to do JUCE string font name. But this bit is in fact working. In fact, here I can go back to Yoast, which is my idea for a default thing if there is no XML sitting around making us do something else. So this was my idea for what a good font would be. It's the one that I'm using on my web page and stuff, and I've got it in my videos, and it looks pretty recognizably like a sans serif font. It's not distracting, but it's a little different from Arial. And that's all cool. But can we load something else in, for instance, Modak? So how do we open up a document that becomes a file named custom settings, which is get this file, which is a file that exists. This is supposed to be where that is. Can we parse it? Can we do something? Can we make something? Also, let's do a little search for this without what was inside it. Creates a copy of a string. So it makes it into the string class. So what do we got going on here? String, font name, and font name is an array of char as a constant. So creates a string from So let's see if we can do something with this. Okay, so JUCE string. Does that work? This is on the assumption that I wasn't actually doing anything for the first time. Undeclared identifier std string. Huh. Well, hang on a second. Wouldn't that be JUCE? This is a type name, right? So I'm not sure what that did, but it can't have been good. Ha! That document could not be saved. What on earth is that about? So here, we do not get to fix it there. And I'm glad that it didn't let me change it, because that was something that went horribly, horribly wrong. You do not get to change that. But what do we get to change? Do we get to do this? Do we get to do std string? That was one of the suggestions. Okay, interesting. Use of undeclared identifier string. Declared here, but that can't be right. It's not actually... Huh. Oh, I'm not attempting to do that, thank you. Let's not. How about let's walk back through these series of bad experiments. So I feel like I commented that out. And I'm a little confused as to what this is supposed to be doing. That said, I think I dialed it up. No, I'm not trying to. Yeah, let's not save that, whatever it is. Don't know what your problem was with that. Okay, so I don't know what this does or whether it even does anything. It looks like this is a type declaration. And then it just does this. But this should not be like, is this making a variable called string? If it was, then that would work. But that can't be right. He says it keeps not throwing an error. Okay. Because here okay, so this would be a constructor or something. It creates a string, but what do we even do with this string? It's like this is trying to do it in place. Can we build? And we continue to complain about this. Can you not? I'm not asking for that to be changed in any way. Okay, so JUCE string font name, and then set the typeface name to string. That should not work. But if we have just, then it did. That's clearly just. Let us double check that. It feels like I'm trying to work out how this is even making any sense. Will you stop with the iOS FUD? Can you please not do that? I don't see it anywhere. We're going to quit this entire thing and restart and see if it feels any better. No, stop doing that. Stop with the trying to change the thing that's in some header file that I don't have access to, nor should I. Stop with that. I did not ask you to do this terrible thing that is horribly wrong. Save. Let's quit again. And it's gonna not let me quit? Can I force quit it? Why are we flipping out and losing our minds over this thing? Where do we even find it? Quit. Can you not duplicate the thing that the... I don't know where the frickin' document is. Okay, duplicate it. I shouldn't be duplicating this, but I'll duplicate it. What? You know what? We are going to try to force quit Xcode because this is too badly broken. Force quit Xcode, and we'll start over. After having established that the thing still did what the thing was supposed to do, it just has no business doing it. See, there we are, Metal Mania. And now we're going to quit out of there for the moment and fire this up again. And now that we don't have this doing terrible things to us, we're going to go back to just. Or no, better, let's do times. Haven't seen that for a while. And we're going to try to build. And we're going to see whether it's still freaking out over the, like, can we quit now? Does it think that it's editing this file? No, it does not. Good. Bit by bit, it's coming along. So now we can quit if we need to. And if this runs and works, it is able to do times. Let's see if it's times. It's most definitely times. Still haven't changed the size properly, but that's fine. So we are apparently able to do this using const char font name times New Roman, or use the const char value of it. So if we do juice string, does it like that? Is that how juice string works? Doesn't seem to be complaining. I think that is a font. One way to find out. Ableton. Oh no, let's just go to something crazy. Butcherman. We've not used that before. So let's try to build that. It thinks it succeeded, but is it our new ugly font that should never be used for anything? That is definitely Butcherman. Looks horrible. Cool. So yeah, you do juice string, and then it makes one out of whatever this is based on the char in here. Can you also just put this text into juice string new name this? Do I care? I don't know if I care. That said, that worked. And so I can have a juice string. Can I read a string from an XML document? Do we have something in here for doing strings from XML documents? This is a bunch of string operations. That's cool. We sure do have a lot of string operations going on. This is exactly the kind of thing where people who know what they're doing just yell at you if you're asking dumb questions. So we're going to dig into here. The documentation never seems to show an example of what the end result is supposed to look like. Instead, it is some kind of additional information or some kind of shortcut or some kind of, it's spelling it out in some kind of way that would tell the story to somebody who already knew how this worked. So parse XML, const string and text to parse. Where do you, we were already there, thank you. So function documentation. So you do this and file to parse or string to parse, except for that the XML is not necessarily a string unless it is. So you could read the file into being just a string. That would be interesting. and it returns null pointer if it's not. Cool, cool. We are about, let's see, 41. We are about 20 minutes away from me defrosting some food and an hour and 20 minutes away from me getting to have dinner after all of this. This is not going to show me what I must type. None of this is going to show me what I must type. I really don't understand. I really don't understand why programming documentation makers do this. They do this stuff. It's like auto-generated or something from headers. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but it's auto-generated from headers, and it never includes what you're supposed to type to make the thing work. They never include what you're supposed to type. Text editor to display the file's contents. Well, I don't actually need to make one of those. Reading the whole file into a string. Oh, hi. That could save things. It says it's not going to crash. Cool, cool. Auto file text. That's going to make it into a string. And this would also explain why this is able to parse XML on a string rather than on a file, because you have this other option of reading the file into a string. But since I don't actually have to have XML yet, I can, but I don't have to have XML yet. Look at this. This is what I've been looking for, this is what you would type. And it's never in the docs. It's never in the docs, the thing that you're supposed to type. But where it says text content set text, file text, we can also have it try to set a font based on this string. So we got a file reference here. This is the string we're working with. Juice string new name. Wait, that can't be right. File to, okay, so yeah. Already, we're getting there. That's not going to work, but something else might. Equals this might work. And we need a semicolon. And then we're not using XML. We are apparently making this in a way we don't need to. Surely this is a type declaration. And this is just a way of declaring it using this as the guts of that. So if instead we use this as a type declaration, we make it be a new name, we ignore this const char stuff. This is commented out now. And so we are determining a string, and then if the string is not null, the string is the result of custom settings, which is file.text. Let's find an entirely new font that we've never seen before. That's cool. Oh, notable. or rubric, no. Bungee outline. Oh, bungee hairline is even cooler. This is under the dub category. It's just one of my ones that looks very funky. So the great thing about this is, if this works and gives me this font, it can only have read it from documents because I have not specified it anywhere else. Anywhere else. Let's find out if the magic is happening. If this works, I can give everybody the ability to do custom fonts for all plugins that this uses. We're going to find out. That'll be a big victory. If not, we're keeping on trying. Got there. Okay, so officially, all Airwindows plugins will let you pick your own font for every plugin that I make in this particular format, and it will just use whatever you tell it to be simply by creating the correct file in the Documents folder. Put the file in your Documents folder, and you're good. Now we find out what happens if we break it. It's not going to remember what I did. Get special location, get child file. Airwindows globals.txt. We do not have such a file. We're going to find out before we get into the XML stuff. We're going to find out what happens if it falls through, because there's a bunch of other stuff we can do, such as specify colors based on another XML setting. You can make a little XML file, and I can provide an example of it and say, yeah, put this in your documents folder. If you have the right documents folder, user documents directory, this will do. So yeah, watch it go. And we're not going to do auto XML just yet, but I got a good feeling about this so far. Parse custom settings. So at that point we have a XML. In fact, we can have that. It's just that this XML will have failed because it can't actually parse this. This is just a word or two. But right now we're telling it to be Airwindows globals.txt, which we have not actually made. We done made one of these. Let's find another funky font that it's not doing yet. That looks normal. Let's not have something normal. Let's have something that looks very different from what we've done. Okay, how about Marvel? Marvel is a sort of tall-looking font that is still sans serif. Or maybe we can pick something even cooler. Bigelow rules, how about? Okay. Bigelow rules regular. We're going to go and look for our Lucky Charms. This is how we're going to test this one out. So, where's our... Save changes. Okay, so that's now file.txt, but we're looking for Airwindows globals. If this has worked and the system works, we're going to get Arial because it's trying to load something, but it's not getting a legitimate, there's no file.txt anymore. This is what would happen if you didn't have an Airwindows globals to put in your documents folder. And that's something that you will have to do manually. And hang on, did I build? Let's build. Make sure that that's a build. Somebody's watching. Adaptable has related to my Lucky Charms joke. Are we building? Did we succeed? Can we try again? Okay, good. So here's our new one. It does not seem to have broken. Well, and if we have Arial, that means that it falls through to something, even if it's not able to find and load a custom settings folder. But the custom settings folder is going to override all of the things specified as an XML document, so you'll be able to configure all of your Airwindows plugins of this style. And this should be showing Arial. Yep. I'm going to call that Arial. Or thereabouts. And now what we're going to do is fall back on my preferred one for if we weren't able to load anything. Do we have something where we can look at that and find out if it's null? Probably not. Nah. Nah. It's a string, but I don't think you get to put a tag on the bottom of a string to make it do that. But I tell you what, let's see. If it can be, hey, yeah, well, you're quite welcome. Equals operand types juice string and long. Why is null long? String empty or string blah. Okay. These are changes happening in 2016. Well, that's weird. So we are finding, yeah, that should be changed. Static constructors. We're basically looking for how to test against these things. So this is, Jules is recommending this. Prefer this, prefer this. Avoid string empty. So we are looking to do that. Replace occurrences of string empty, which is, I think, what we are going to get if there is no file. I think that's going to give me an empty string. And so we call it string and just blank. let's give it a try. Let's see what that does. So if new name equals that, then can you just define a string as looks like maybe you can. Does that work? Because it's a JUCE string. Oh. Ah, undeclared identifier string. Well, that's interesting. Let's see where that is at, because that's where you're supposed to be doing. Okay. So if we don't have that, we're attempting to load a file. The file doesn't exist yet. But if we did load it, we would get, let's do something crazy. That's not the crazy thing I had in mind. Alrighty, so Bigelow rules is our file.txt. So if we change the name of this file to the one we're searching for, we will get Lucky Charms. Yay! But if we didn't do that, we can make skinny text, dorsa. Or Tulpin 1, or 6 caps. Let's do dorsa. So, if we fail to load a file because there was no file, then our string is null. If our string is an empty string, we're calling it something else. We're calling it dorsa. If we're able to just load up a new string name and then use it as the default typeface name, we're going to have super skinny text until we change file.txt to Airwindows globals, at which point we will have Lucky Charms. So, go figure. Let's quickly do this final check, and then I'm going to go and defrost some food. But this is all very exciting. We're going to get into the XML soon. You wait. Do we have skinny text? If so, the theorizing I was doing is correct. That is absolutely skinny text. Up, stop. I was trying to change your name. There we go. Now we have a Airwindows globals file. So we're going to run it again. And this time, instead of overriding for it to become skinny text, if it loaded the thing, yay! Got there. Got there. It's exactly 4. So we're going to happily look at this goofy looking thing. In fact, I'll play some audio. And I'll be right back because I'm defrosting some food for dinner.
Did you want your very soul?
And that is a track that I would end up editing to make the final piece of music. That is the first chorus, and as far as that went across it, I just happened to have recorded the vocals over those bits and then continued onwards. So now we're going to quit out of there. This stuff worked. In fact, we can go back to skinny text by changing the name. Now it says Airwindows golf balls. So for all of our Airwindows golf balls, we're going to step over to what I'm looking to do as defaults. So if you don't have Airwindows globals text, we're going to start setting things the way that I would be doing it if you didn't have custom globals. And we're going to default to JUCE unless you don't have it installed, in which case it will go to Arial, because I've already tested that. If you've given it a thing and it doesn't actually have the font, it will go to Arial as a default, which is very nice. I'm glad that it's doing that. So now we have Airwindows golf balls, except for it's actually tennis balls that I'm using against my back at the moment. And because the name of the globals file is wrong, it should be defaulting to JUCE. And I'm quite happy having that there as sort of my idea for the one that I think that you should use, and anybody who has JUCE installed on their computer will be using it. Otherwise, it's going to be Arial. And then there's a special place where you can specify any other kind of cool font that you had in mind. For instance, let me remove Airwindows golf balls and return to Airwindows globals.txt, which is here. But instead of Lucky Charms font, we're going to pick something cool, like, let's see, Techno. What do I have that's an awesome Techno font? That's not very exciting. Aldrich is okay. Digital Numbers. Electrolyze, so that's pretty funky. Future is fairly normal. Geo, Iceland. Oh, Iceland looks cool. Let's try Iceland. So you should be able to do this. Next is to do the XML. And that's coming before 5. I bet I can finish it before 5. And again, I have set all of these into their own little locations because I was doing album covers a good number of years ago and trying to like do a techno jam and then produce an album cover for that day's jam at the end of the jam. So it's like trying to do all of this on the fly. Lexan seems to be all the same font, but increasing or decreasing sizes. Ooh, Microma. Microma is awesome. Never mind Iceland. Let's do Microma. Don't have to. Just download them from Google. Choose your own font. We now, or at least when this comes out, I mean, Meter doesn't include any of this, but when I start putting these out, it will be choose your own font. Make an Airwindows globals text and do whatever you want with it. Pick any font that you have. I'm pretty sure some of this stuff is also Google fonts, because pretty much I think everything that I've got here is from publicly available sources. If you have some kind of pirated font, you could tell it to use that too for all the difference it would make. It would not complain or stop. So, default is JUCE, but we have a custom global. And so we are building. I do still need to adjust the sizes. I never did end up adjusting the sizes. But if we go with hunting down Microma and telling it that it should use that, all of a sudden we are in Technoland. And that is what your super hyper modern looking thing could end up looking like. You too can have an interface that looks like this. If this is inspirational to you because you're making techno music or something like that, then boom, knock yourself out. I could also set it up so that it's like you can specify all caps or all lowercase. That might be fun. Do we have options to do that, I wonder? Because that sounds like a pile of fun. We've got new name as a string. Do we have ways of modifying it? Oh wait, hang on. That would be a different setting. Changing the name of the font will do nothing, because the uppercase or all caps would have to be part of the font as it's being drawn, which lives here. So this might be a fine time for me to adjust the size before I get into the making an XML file. I'm doing this while sort of shuffling around on my back. When grappling with some of this stuff, my back locked up on me, but it's got to swear by tennis balls for dealing with that kind of thing. It is doing some good, I feel. And earlier in the day, I was fine. It was just jumping back into this stuff again. This stuff is daunting. But let's see now. So draw rotary slider. That's the only place where I'm actually drawing text. And here's where we are drawing the text. So here's where we're specifying a size. And then we are also doing stuff having to do with get the current font and get height, altering it based on, there's a lot going on here. But what this basically means is this was 40, but if I tell it instead to be 20, if I'm not mistaken, all of my knobs are going to be drawn with much smaller text now, and nothing else will have really changed. And I do not know how effective that's going to be, but I bet it's in the right direction. Let's find out. Alrighty, yeah, it kind of needed a little help there because we're now cropping off the bottom of the screen. Some of my spacing isn't actually working right, but interestingly, our readability is not completely out to lunch. We can make it tiny and still kind of sort of see what that is. And if we get larger, it ends up being quite small. So my concern here is that is too low. So I may be able to fuss with that a bit. Pad height. That is all a very sophisticated way of going about doing that. It definitely wants to do text bounds. So divided by the font's height plus tilt. $40 is fine, 20 is too small. All of it is a little too close to the bottom. So what I'm wanting to figure out is whether I can doctor this in any way. Remove from bottom pad height times this. In theory, if I removed less from the bottom, maybe it would. Let's find out. That was 0.618. If instead, because this is part of what makes it line up against the knob correctly at all different sizes and shapes. So we're going to see whether it's doing a correct thing or whether it's doing literally the wrong thing. I see no change. That's interesting. So what do I have to do Yeah, see, I did a change, and now it is spacing out too much. But my maximum size is still cropping against the bottom edge. So that's not where I want it to go. If we do this, it should still be this is all me trying to find what I must do to make it placed correctly so it's not actually cutting off from the bottom edge there. I like the fact that I moved it. Okay, say if pad height was square root bevel times, instead of 2, instead it was 1. Our set font size doesn't seem to care as to what we're doing here. We've gone from 2 to 1. Which direction does it go, if any? I think maybe it's cutting off worse than before. Although our 0.618 seems to be correct as far as having it be attached to the knob as the knob moves. But I feel that the additional adjustment that I made is causing a problem. So -2, -1. How about making it go even more? -4. And we've got all of this stuff going in. It's all scaled to factors of other things. And we're going to see what happens. We went from -2 to -1, and it seemed to offset worse. So we're going to make it try to offset better. And let's see what happened. Nope, that didn't actually help. We'll put it back to what it was. Not entirely sure what that was about, but we'll see. Pad height is less than a negative number. Well, what if it wasn't doing this instead? What if instead of it being a negative number, we clamp it at 0? Wait, no, that's not clamping it at 0 at all, is it? We have to duplicate this line of text in order to override it. So pad height doesn't get to be smaller than 0 now. Now what have we got? Because I feel like this might be the thing that puts it below the line, which is what's causing it to crop. Now we're not doing a limiting of pad height to potentially a negative value, because we're removing from bottom. So if we remove from bottom pad height, that means it's possible that we can add to bottom, but then it might still be getting cropped by something. So what do we have now? Okay. That neatly fixed the problem. That must be something that I'm doing to try to force it to be just a little bit larger and have more room for this bottom line of text here. Because I feel kind of like this is looking the way it's supposed to look. Like, why should we want to make it crop down to the bottom edge so tightly that it crops off the bottom of the word? This looks much better than what I had. And it's still moving okay relative to the other stuff. But now we can also switch stuff this way. And not, the only question becomes, do I want to make it zoom in a little bit more? And I feel like the answer is no. Let's take that as a win. Let's see what it does with some of these other settings though. Like if everything is vertical, then here's our knobs and drawings and things. You can kind of read it even in tiny mode, but in large mode it's a little bigger. If we make it go to the opposite extreme, we are still able to read our knobs. And indeed, I feel like it's placing them okay. The only thing that's happening here is that all of these bounding boxes are bunked up against each other. And because they're bunked up against each other, it's not really lined up nicely. Doing a resize properly means having a little bit of extra boundaries around those bounding boxes. But outside of that concern, like where this is against the bottom edge of the screen, when the bounding box is at the bottom edge of the screen, I feel like that's good. Where this is against the top edge of the meter, because the bounding box is going literally to the top edge of the meter, I think that is good. So it turned out to be simpler than I thought. We're simply not doing this additional tweak. We're just cropping it. We're just cropping it to 0 is the minimum. And that's neat. That's neat. It worked. We got there. And we don't have to be a size of 20. Let's try a slightly larger size. Remembering, of course, we have the custom font, but we can flip around a couple of other fonts while we're at it. And the next thing we're going to do is allow the globals to set the background color unless we're busy trying to read the background color from Reaper's track color, because I know that's something that you could do. So let's see. Build, succeed. And here we are with a larger font that should still not be too overwhelmingly large. Very nice. And then if we have this slightly less angled, it's pretty closely associated with whatever it's drawn under, but as you crush stuff down to be tiny, it's still vaguely possible to read, or at least I'm finding it vaguely possible. I don't know about you. I can't speak for you, but if you set it to tiny size, I'm wearing glasses, maybe that's why I can read it, there's still sort of vaguely recognizable letters. But then if you make it giant, huge, enormous size, we have large, classier looking letters. And again, oh, what, do I not have that in? Yes, I do have that in recents. And then if we want to redesign it, because we want something other also cool, that's a kind of cool looking one. Shall we use, I'm not sure if we can specify extra light though. Let's find out. Let's find out if you can specify the weight in the name and get something. Oh, scooch you out of the way. What happens if it redoes it just upon reinstantiating it? Wouldn't that be cool? Let's find out. Hey, didn't even quit. Didn't even quit out of the program. There is our turret road. So yeah, get a load of that. We don't even need to quit the program. All we need to do is reinstantiate the plugin. There's our turret road. Wall poet, huh? But supposing we don't like turret road, all we have to do is close the plugin and reinstantiate it. And now we're wall poet. That's cool. You don't even need to close your DAW to get a new font. That said, maybe wall poet is not the thing. So let's find something. Oh, I have a better idea. Let's see if it falls through appropriately. So this is Pirata 1. What happens if we try to do that without closing the DAW or anything? But we get it wrong. Pinata 1. Hey, let's do Pinata 1. Guess what? We have some kind of funky... Oh no, we just had to move it a little bit. We have Arial. And Arial was positioned a little strangely. So that's not what I had spent. And I go and find... Oh, I misspelled it. It's supposed to be Pirata 1. And we try again. And there we go. It doesn't work out all that well, but that's the pirate font, apparently. Set up so that it fits relative to the other stuff in the interface. And it's not a great choice of font. But we can find a great choice of font by looking appropriately. Oh, Jupiter, this is going to be amusing as hell. We're going to tell it to be Jupiter Ligatures and see what it does. Because that's not a proper font at all. That's an auxiliary font. Save. And now what madness have we wrought? Terrible things. Yeah, so this is if you want to confuse people that you're working with. It looks cool, but it's like those terrible text things where it's like, what did it mean? What do you mean? Please adjust the knob. And that's from telling it to be Jupiter Ligatures. So maybe we're not... Oh, we have got dedicated all caps fonts. Small caps. We've also got very narrow fonts. So if we do Jupiter small caps, it's not going to be ligatures anymore, but it is going to be a equally hyper-dramatic looking thing. It seems to be good when you squeeze. If our dimensions are set up so that rather than stretching it horizontally, which makes stuff be kind of vertically squished, we instead squish stuff more vertically and have it work that way, we seem to be spacing stuff better at the expense of cutting off long words. But such is the ides of doing the stuff wrong. It makes the words clear enough to see, anywho. Very neat. Although I should keep futzing around with other things other than just playing with fonts until the end of the day. Let's find something cool and leave it at that. Cormorant. Classy. I mean, I can always just go back to Jost. Jost is the bottom line for, we can do cool techno or trance ones. Let's try Blinker Thin and then go on from there. We'll quit out of there. We'll load this up once more to see if it works, and then we're going to see whether we can get XML working in such a way that we can specify colors. There's our Blinker Thin. It looks a little weird with the emboss effect, but it's fine. It's not the thing that we're working on at the moment. So cool. So, there are a number of questions that I've got in mind as I adjust the tennis balls that I'm leaning against so that my back will leave me alone. Honestly, my back should be feeling better pretty soon, seeing as this part of stuff is actually working, which I can never guarantee that. That is never something that I can really count on, that like the GUI or JUCE things are going to work properly and do what I want. So this is actually quite a little victory here, getting this stuff to work. That said, I've got a couple of other things in mind. That's JUCE font embedding. We've graduated from that, thank you. More custom typeface, more custom font, more custom font. Oh, nope, that's actually installing an Apple certificate, but still, we don't need none of that. There's another question that I had in mind, and I don't know where the stuff went for working with it, so what I'm going to have to do is just start searching. That's fine. We're going to be looking up XML stuff, although I might not do it in the last half hour. But what I would like to do it would be fun to figure out how to just load it as an XML. See, this is me deciding whether I want to try to do that or whether I want to do the Load Reaper's track color. Because that's the thing, apparently. I feel like that would be a very cool thing. So that's apparently 2021 Bitwig is not doing this correctly. Logic is not doing it correctly. I'm okay with that as long as if the one that I'm working is doing it, then I'm cool. And then anybody else, if that ends up becoming soft, I can include that later. Ableton apparently works, so live works. So there we go. ProSonus plugin extensions, nope. Cross-platform and cross-plugin format, nope, but I don't actually care. VST3, I don't know. This is from 2017. I have read from somewhere that Reaper is actually the only place that this works. Okay, they're trying to do it. This is from 2000 and something or other. Another question. Juice GUI. Juice use track color. Obtaining the track color. This is 2021. That's 2016. There's more 2016. So a lot of that stuff, not necessarily that much of a concern. We could have the color IDs come in as text and assign them. That said, if I do that, all Airwindows plugins globally will be the same color, which is kind of fine with me, but I'm also interested in being able to make it so that the track color populates the plugin with the color of what the track is. That seems like that would be cool. So, okay, there we go. So implementing that in the audio processor. This is plugin processor, which is going to be about the same. So the audio plugin is supposed to read the track name. They're doing update track properties. He's got one little line of code here, and he's implementing this method. But, yeah, so nobody's actually... Here's somebody doing a similar thing. I mean, if that is conveniently doable, it wouldn't be a bad thing to include the track name on the plugin in the font that the user gets to specify. All of that could be very cool. So display the track name. How are you supposed to do it? You're not supposed to call it yourself. It's a method that you can override. So yeah. So it'll be called by Juice, but it's not guaranteed. That's fine too. So this is somebody asking even more basic questions than I do. And that's fine. Because, you know, a month ago I was asking questions even more basic than this. And this is the kind of stuff where if Juice makes it possible for this to work and it works in Reaper, which I use, I'll count that as a win. And anywhere else that it works is just bonus. And here's somebody saying, with this, it shouldn't be a core feature. That's fine too. Doesn't have to be a core feature, as long as it falls through to something useful. Like, you don't want it to fall through to an error message if you can't get the information. Whoever this is, I like the way they think. You need to override update track processes, stored into a member variable of your processor. Query it periodically with a timer. I'm not sure that's necessary. I should be able to do it in instantiation if that variable is there when the plugin is instantiated. And it's not a required functionality. But yeah, Xenexios, because it's cool. Why do you need the track name to be displayed? Because it's cool. Because you can make the track plugin go to the color. Because it's a quality of life thing where if you happen to be using something where it works, it's awesome. Yeah. I'm liking, I don't know who B-Wall is, but I like them. Whoever this is. User. What do you build, sir? What's your plugins? Don't actually, it's not linking to his stuff. I wanted to see who that was and what they did. This is probably not a place where you can post like, oh, by the way, this is my company, and so he has not. But yeah. See, SSL Channel Strip 2 does this, and it looks lovely. It's a little more traditional GUI than mine, but there's also, like, there's a little bit in the way of, like, shadows and stuff like that. But it's very clean looking, and you can apparently draw stuff like that there. So let's see what we got going on. Plugin Processor H. So we're now going to try to implement some of this. Thank you, B-Wall. Thank you for mentioning this that you're doing. Oh, he's doing both of these things. Let's include the comment. So in Plugin Processor H, oh no, that I actually do use Plugin Processor H, don't I? Although, do I want to do that in Airwindows UI? That's also an H file. Let's see if that works. I think this is just as an appropriate place to do that, and if it works, it will be enclosed everywhere. Oh, it's not allowed outside of class definition. Maybe it does have to be in Plugin Processor, because the void update track properties feels like it would need to be in the code that's processing. Although, oh, unknown type plugin processor track properties. It does need to be in Plugin Processor because look at that. Look at that. It knows where it wants to live. That was simpler than I thought. So I do, in fact, have to include it here. Alrighty. And a little more. Are we perhaps redeclaring it? Nope, it's not there yet. Now it is. So if we do this, and then we follow through in Plugin Processor here, here's where a bunch of other stuff lives, so I'm going to need to remember that that needs to be included. That's fine, I have observations for that. And then in Plugin Processor CPP, I love this guy. He is including code that is JUCE code, so it's not like this is incredibly proprietary stuff. This is more like, yeah, man, if you want to do these kinds of things, you're going to have to implement this stuff that's in the JUCE library. So let's see, we put that at the bottom. And that is after get state information and set state information. So let's go to where that's represented. I'm already going to have to update this stuff because I implement double processing, and PampleJuice by default does not. So here's get state information, here's set state information, and this doesn't actually, it'll go after this. There's our update properties. Plugin processor editor. No. Plugin editor. That should be what it wants. But we don't have a member named update track properties in plugin editor. Is that because it, nope. Okay. He's not done yet. We've got more. Plugin editor has this. In the public domain, we have this in Plugin Editor. So we're going to add that here. And then in the private section, we have to specify a couple of these things. So that's very generic as well. This is not anybody's personal, private, secret, special code. But in the private area, we must implement these things. Color, host track color, color, string, host track name, string. However, we are going to want to make them be juice color and juice string, which apparently is the current practice. That should work. Unless it doesn't. We'll find out if it does or doesn't. So now let's see what we got. Okay. Alrighty. That color and string is an empty string. Remember how the string thing, you could say string like that and then have brackets in there, and what that meant was it became null. It became like nothingness. And that was preferred to doing like string colon colon null. So we do indeed want juice color and then these, juice string and then these, because what we're saying is host track color is null and host track name is null, rather than just arbitrary nothingness. Because otherwise maybe we're instantiating it and we're not defining it as anything. Kind of similarly to how this is being defined as stuff. Plugin color gets defined as light gray by default. We've still got a color selector floating around there, but we haven't dealt with fixing that yet. So back to my new best friend, bwall. And now in Plugin Editor CPP, because I've just put that in, we're going to include that. And now let's see. So the variables are going to do this. So over to Plugin Editor CPP. There we are. Now, where did we instantiate the update track properties? Just after idle. Let's move it and put it in just after slider drag internal. So let's go to where we've got slider drag internal implemented. There it is. And there's idle, which does things. So this bit that we put here is going to go in a comparable place right after slider drag internal. And there it goes. I don't think I need this comment here because it makes it not look like it's in the same. And we can't do plugin processor editor, but we can do plugin editor because that is the way we're phrasing this. Oh, did you find out who it was? Oh, tell me who it is. Say in chat who that is. Oh, and no member called track properties. Well, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Not in JUCE audio processor, but what else can we do? Ha! I see what happened. Plugin processor is how we refer to this, not processor or JUCE audio processor. So let's try this. Are you any happier when you do this? Oh, it doesn't refer to a value. Hang on. Where do we find track properties? Color. Do we have it in here? We're supposed to have track properties here. but maybe that's not the right place. Let's go up a little farther. This part became fine. This is fine. This is fine. But we're not talking to it correctly here. So let's undo those two changes and see where we're at. So there's no member name track properties in JUCE audio processor, but I believe we have some kind of reference around here. I think we had a convenience link to, yeah, processor ref. Okay, so we want processor ref rather than just processor. That's how this particular formulation of it does that thing. So we do processor ref, ref, and that refers to this stuff here, at which point it's happier and is fine. Alrighty. That's cool. DirectAP. Let's go and have a look at DirectAP then. This guy is awesome. Let's point to his plugins. This is apparently B-Wall. Cool. Alrighty. Yeah, so this is the guy whose conversation on the JUCE forum is helping me. Cool. Look at that. Look at that. He's doing a bunch of stuff. About and contact. How'd you find out that? Did he have some other kind of thing going on? Does he make microphones? Cool. Or just ways of designing microphones. Alrighty, I'm not sure where you found him, but anyway, this is the guy. Direct Approach. Direct Approach is the guy that was helping me out. And let's further see, and here he is doing that very thing. So host track color and host track name is now a color and or a name. So here's how I'd use that. I wonder whether I can just throw a, well, here's me figuring out what to do next. Airwindows UI, set color, here's the look and feel. And so presumably in plugin editor, I'm pretty sure in here somewhere we've got resized or remade, and resized is where I'm updating colors and other things. So the buttons and things are, oh, cool, fair enough. That's all fine. So now where's our, okay. This is going to be an amusing trick. And we'll also find out whether Reaper will launch properly. Background color ID, and thumb color is the color we're passing in. So JUCE color, BG color. But what we're referring to is, in fact, not plugin color, but host track color. So let's move this down here. This is where we instantiate things. And we can, in fact, default it to light gray just like this. Meaning that we can now use host track color instead of plugin color. And we could have that be a user settable thing with the XML file that we would like to make. So let's see, BG color, plugin color, host track color, BG color equals, nope, that's not the one. Where are we even using? Resizable window background color ID. Where are we overwriting some of this stuff, I wonder? Because I know I'm doing it somewhere. So fill all background color ID. So there's a start. And then we're doing this various stuff. It's all based on background color ID. Here's where we're overriding that. Here's where we're just defining a color immediately. But instead of using this one, if we didn't do this, and then we did host track color instead. And I don't think we're actually using this anywhere, but we can find out by commenting it out. Oh, hang on, I get there. Boom. Now let's see if we're using that other thing anywhere. If it builds, we didn't use it, and it was just defined and then ignored. It builds. We've defined it as light gray when there are no host colors in play. Is it still light gray? Yes, it is. We still got my chroma. We can use an XML file to bring in. Actually, let's just take a moment. And Blicker thin is too thin. Save, quit, and we're going to put that font to something which looks a little nicer. There. So now we've updated the size of the font. And it is doing my Airwindows gray background. But now if we jump into Reaper, we're going to see whether, here we go. Here's our new drum kit. Here's our meter plugin. We're not set through to play audio right now, but that's actually not the question in mind. Nor do we need to be running plugin, or nor do we need to be running meter. But what we do want to do is fire up our new, not our Windows Consolidated, VSG3 gain Airwindows. Okay, that does not look like it is the color, but I might have to resize. Still no. It's possible that white is absence of color. We can find out by dragging it over to one that does have a color. We've got some stuff over here that has a color. So here we are. This is on track 2. It might just disappear when I drag it. No, it copied. We'll cut that and open this. Alrighty, that is also not the track color. If I move it, it still doesn't become the track color. Let's shift drag it or command drag it or something. All right, track 10, we're still not, oh, I stand corrected, look at that. So if I command drag and I resize it enough, it lives, it lives. This is good for the last 5 minutes of stream. Plus, we should be able, now it's not doing it on instantiation. Or is it? Let's find out. We have to set it to UI, and it's not loading immediately, but oh, if I move it to the if I drag it onto the track, then it becomes the color. or if I drag it from position to position in the track, or if I command drag it to, oh, nope, that's actually, okay, so we have a color for the one and not for the others. What then happens if we go into here? We've got a lot of stuff going on that just has to do with how I'm doing this, and set a track color from here. Still a nope. So this is not resilient, but we may still be in with the chance. Firstly, let's drag this, let's option drag it to here. When you option drag it to the track, it can take the color. Let's option drag it to there. And now it should be a blue. Boom, got there. And let's option drag it to one of the white tracks. Got there. And just for fun, let's make this white track be a black track. Does it update? Or it does. Alrighty. So that's neat. You can't read the black one very well, but boy, if you're looking for a extremely dark interface look, this has you covered. You can't even see the knobs. Yikes. We're going to maybe update that a little bit. Set it to a random color. Set this to a random color. Huh. Or is that even the one I'm on? No, it's 7 that I'm on. I just did a track that was not controlling. Set track to a random color. Lovely. Oh, also in Reaper we can apparently smush it until it is invisible. We can make this window be gone. So we don't want to do that. Now what happens when you're both default color? I'm loving the fact that you're able to make it be a color. Oh, okay, didn't see that coming. Default color is apparently black. That's helpful. I don't know if it would work on Ableton. It barely works on Reaper. Custom colors. Let's use a custom color that is different from that. Huh. Developer, huh? This is apparently developer. Web safe colors. Well, that's colorful too. CCCC seems like a fine color. Although cool dark shades of black is also not so bad. Yeah, this is cool. We've made some good progress. We have custom fonts, we have custom colors, and it is 5:01. And you know what that means? It means it's time for me to enjoy my dinner. That said, although it's a little funky and weird, and I'm very interested in whether you can save these and it remembers what colors you told them to be, I gotta say that this is a pretty good day of working on JUCE. we have all the colors of JUCE, and we have all the fonts of JUCE, and it fixed a couple of text rendering issues, and everything's kind of coming up roses, so that's pretty cool. I will talk to you folks later. And that would be next week. And we're going to post something this coming Sunday. I might decide to just give you folks Pair 2. That is the nonlinear form of the pair filter, which Console MC and Console LA are based on, because those don't have the nonlinearity in them yet, but the pair filter that I can post lets you have that. But for the time being, I will catch you folks later. Bye-bye. He says as he clicks the wrong thing. It's been a long day. Bye-bye.